Still, just for your information. I mean, swearing and
okay.
stuff's completely okay. I don't really think we have to change our behavior in any way. Like, it's like
No, I don't think it depends on the other content creators. I would just avoid swearing, even if I would
yeah,
usually
sure.
do it. But
It's gonna be kind of hard, but I'll try.
I'll swear my own then. Just when I'm not in the voice chat.
I guess it's not bad if it's just slipping out, but maybe it shouldn't be spammed. Like,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, I mean, we don't do that normally either, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah.
Hey.
Oh man, so many people are
Hello.
joining that it's glitching out my phone.
Oh my god, it's already chaos. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Making
that free jam chaos. Hello.
Watch party, woo!
Yeah, yeah. Keep going.
Hello.
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 Hey.
Hello. This is gonna be such a mess. Oh my god.
Yes.
it is gonna be a big mess.
It's gonna be a fun mess.
It
Oh,
might be a
no.
fun
Can't-
mess.
Oh, it's gonna be a mess for sure.
It's gonna be a messy mess.
It's gonna be our glorious mess.
Oh no.
But it's gonna be the good type of
It's gonna be
mess,
not English.
not English.
Sometimes the words just do not flow.
No.
I
Yeah.
don't know where to put it in, but I need to insert a reference into that one song that's just like, it's gonna be May. No one. Okay,
Mm,
never mind.
I wish.
I
but
don't know
I'm
that
sorry.
song.
I also don't know that song.
But we're watching this incredible live stream. That's not live.
It is, you know,
It's
when
not.
when-
It's never gonna be streamed. It's just a theme video pre-uploaded.
yeah, no,
one.
maybe we should do like the watch together thing now. That makes sense.
Or
Hello.
Ah, that's a good idea, actually.
Does any of you know why people are so obsessed with baguettes in the chat?
I don't know. There are also crocodiles in the chat, I guess.
That's true. Also a lot of eggs, but I'm just wondering. why.
Oh, since when does Discord have
7
this watch together
minutes.
feature? It's crazy.
It has for a while. Look, okay, there we go. Boom. It's a really cool feature.
there's a part of me that wants to
It ma-
troll by like putting up K-pop videos so that we never see it, but that'd be so
Okay.
bad.
No, I can
Yeah,
I can disable sharing so only I can skip videos. So you can add it, but it won't play until after this one. And this one only plays in 7 minutes.
I won't do it. I won't do it. Of course, I won't do it for now.
For now.
Oh wow, this thing is so broken on mobile. Oh my god,
It may be completely broken on mobile, but we'll see. Should be
it is
okay, I hope.
incredibly broken.
Okay, let me think about what music I can put. I still haven't solved the music problem on my streams. So I might just put on some game soundtrack and pray I don't get a copyright strike. I mean, I've gotten copyright
Are
strike
you-
over my own music before, which is great.
Are you using like
Oh, no.
OBS or what program are you using?
Yeah, no, I'm just streaming over OBS, but I'm just looking for some music. And, yeah, okay. Douglas
I mean,
Holmquist
there's,
wouldn't
like-
copyright strike me.
You can't say the name of the thing that you're about to copyright infringe on right before you do it. It's like moths to the flame for lawyers. It's like
it's a game soundtrack, and I know the
Hello.
guy. I
Hey.
know he wouldn't be mad. It's fine. I know what I'm doing.
So who's the
Hello.
loud one now?
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
We're doing a watch
Hey.
together. Join the watch together.
Hello.
Hello,
Or
hello.
die.
Or
Haha.
die. Okay, yeah, that's an option.
We're also live on Twitch, right?
I'm
Oh yeah.
live.
Right.
Who's live on Twitch?
Marla's
I am.
streaming.
We
Mm.
all are.
Hello, Twitch stream of.
Hey.
7 people right now. It was 9 earlier.
Person.
My God.
Oh, it's back up to 9. It's back up to 9 people.
So no pressure.
I'm not a huge streamer now. No, don't worry
That's
about
nice. The game jam team is bigger than your stream audience.
it. Yes, the game jam is bigger, but
So far.
one person in chat says hi, Jonas.
Hi.
One person in our thing is still missing, and it's missing Texture Man.
Oh my god.
Oh, he
no.
might be oversleeping again.
Oh,
in a
no.
weird time zone.
Mm.
So I'm streaming
guess-
as well, by
Oh,
the way.
Aya is also not in the
Nice.
voice call yet. Sad thing.
But Aya's online, so I'm assuming you could possibly write them.
I just did.
Nice.
Can I just check? Jan, yesterday you messaged me. Sorry, it's Dan Poss. About being in the note kind of like passing with River, Zyger, and Bonicle, but now on the Miro, I'm like on your team. Is that correct? Is Miro up to date?
Wait, let me check. We're gonna look into that.
I mean, I can still update some stuff, but we made the mirrors table things kind of like the groups yesterday.
Yeah, I think we changed some stuff around because some people said they couldn't attend, and
Okay, I'll yeah, that's fine.
I mean, it should be correct. I did look at the notes that Jan made, and I don't know. I can always
Yeah, I
make a
think that was-
mistake. I guess.
It's fine. I just wanted to double check that yeah, I was in the right thing.
3 minutes, folks. I need to show my chat our
So
absolutely
terrifying.
incredible Miro board. Like, look at what the 2D artists have done. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
This is the first
The
time I've been
Miro board
using
is
Miro.
already lagging. There's so much
Yeah.
stuff in there already.
Because we have a lot of pictures, I think. That's just...
Also, a lot of
Yeah.
people. It has
A
to
lot of
real-time
stuff.
update.
Oh my god. So many things have been added. Crazy.
Took me a while to find the thing I was looking for. That's how big it is.
Okay.
So the
Question.
Oh.
Oh, never mind. I just saw something, so I and then I saw the solution to the thing, so never mind.
my question was, so just so I'm clear on this note passing thing, we're gonna get the theme, and then we're gonna write like, you know, our first kind of like one sentence on that, and then pass it along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Cool.
you basically swap, like if you look, wait, where is yours is in your with Jan's team 2.
Team 2, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna write into your little note here next to your name, and then after 2 minutes, like Jan is gonna tell when the 2 minutes are over, you go to the next, you follow the arrow to the next seat basically, and then you're gonna be the second note on Shelfman. And then you go like
Okay, so
after
you go-
2 minutes again.
Yeah,
do
go
the
round and
first
then
one
write in the
you'll
blank,
see,
whichever
and,
one's the most, like the top
Yeah.
most blank note. Okay.
Eventually, yeah, you're the 4th one in Norvam, and then the 5th one, sorry, and at Jens, and then you're back at your place, but that's where it stops. Like you're not gonna write
Okay.
more.
And it's a continuation of the note above that we're writing.
Yes,
Okay, brill.
you wanna not ignore what the people wrote
Yeah, yeah.
before you. You might even wanna go into detail or something, or
Okay.
just
reveal in
extend
like a
them.
minute.
Oh,
I have
drum
a
roll.
countdown. I have the countdown up on my stream.
Can we put a big thing on the Miro board, just like bigger than anything else, that just says whatever the theme is?
Sure.
Once
Just
we
with
know
always
the
in mind.
Yeah, we should put it somewhere pretty big so we don't forget about it.
Just like
What's
400
the
point
jam
text.
theme again?
That would be a real achievement if 23 of us all forget the theme.
And if Mark Brown decides to just delete the video after.
Side quests. Man, I'm terrified. Oh my god.
Same. This
What are you
is
terrified of?
scary.
I don't really do video games, man.
10, seconds left. 9, 8,
Oh god.
7,
Let's go.
Dear Lord.
5,
Oh, I'm scared.
4.
It's gonna be
3,
alright.
2.
Oh no, panic time! It's
Oh,
panic
boy.
time!
Scared.
It's panic time.
Australia.
It is panic
But
time.
really, like, is it starting or what?
Is it starting?
I was supposed to, right?
Well, it's
It is
not.
supposed to.
Wow,
not
it's
starting.
starting.
Oh,
Uh,
it is
check on
starting
YouTube.
now. Let's
Numbers.
go.
Oh,
No, I
let's
don't
go.
see anything.
On
Okay, I'm gonna try
YouTube,
again.
it's
Like it's
a
working
bit
on
Oh
YouTube.
yeah. Okay, we're gonna have a slight delay, I think, on Discord.
Okay, it's
That's all.
fine. Okay.
It's actually
A lot of
faster in Discord
numbers.
for me than on
42.
Is
YouTube.
it for me? It hasn't
and
started in Discord at
41.
all.
It's still
Yeah,
loading.
38.
Still
Going
loading.
in Discord for me.
Let me perhaps
my
try and
God.
re-add it real quick. Boom, boom.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, yep.
Ah, nice.
Wait.
Oh, that's so much better. Wow.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
You
a
suck
weird.
at that.
That
for me right now.
Honestly, in
don't like
the
it.
watch
It's gone.
party, it's delayed by more than 20 seconds for me. Like on YouTube,
It's broken, isn't
I'm
it?
at 13 seconds right now on YouTube.
It's
That 20 seconds is gonna make
Ah,
or break.
now it's working. Woo! It's working. Woo!
these transitions are an epileptic's nightmare.
Yeah,
Wait, is it not stuck for
It's
you
not
guys?
nice to look at.
it's so weird.
It's somewhere
It's-
between 10 and
I personally love it because
Chaos, no. If it's not working, then just watch it on YouTube.
I
Yeah.
barely got in.
Delay. Hey, missing texture man! Woo!
Okay, let's go.
Okay, here we go. Shh.
Oh, let's go. We are here.
Hi everyone, the 7th annual GMTK Game Jam begins right now. Your goal over the next 48 hours is to make a game that fits the following theme.
sorry.
What? Oh.
So let us take on a
I'm
role
an artist
that we
now.
don't normally get to play. Maybe that's
we're not-
Tetris,
no.
but instead of moving the blocks, you move the whole level.
We're switching
Maybe
roles.
that's Pong,
No.
but you play as the ball. Maybe that's
Probably
Angry
not.
Birds, but you've got to build the
I'm
pigs'
emailing every
houses.
gender studies
That
page right
being
now.
said, you can interpret this theme however you like. How else can you explore the concept of reversing roles? Get creative, think outside the box, and surprise us. In this jam, you can make what you want, with who you want, whatever tools you want, though we're asking you to steer clear of generative AI for this year's jam. Check out the GMTK Game Jam page on itch.io for the complete rules. You can also head to the Discord channel to chat with other jammers, show off your work, and get feedback. Anyway, I better let you get started.
Dear
Best
Lord,
of luck,
I'm
have
scared.
fun,
Okay.
and I'll see you when the results are in.
Nice.
That's
Right.
a great prompt. Wow.
Roles reversed.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is,
Rolls
I like this a
reversed.
lot better than last year's theme. I think this is great.
What was last year's again?
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
Yeah, just one
Man,
feels
I
a
would
lot
have killed it
more
last year
creative.
though.
Yeah, but we're not gonna take this literal with our team, right?
Yeah, no.
So,
No. We're not gonna reverse our team roles. No.
That would be suddenly I become a programmer.
We've worked on setting this up so hard. We're not gonna just change it now. Okay. Well,
Okay.
all right. Yeah, let's go on to Miro and
Let's go into our ideation teams, huh?
yeah.
there-
so,
Is there
like
a break-off thing in Discord?
Really, yeah. So really quick
Oh, yeah.
recap of how this works. We're all gonna jump into sub teams. You can see them on Miro. If you're not there yet, please go and check the Miro link. It's also in the link sharing channel. And basically we have these I'm just gonna call them like tables, right? Like these circular things, and you start where your name is, and then I guess you move your you move to the next one until you're at your name again, and you always add something to the node that has already been there from the previous person. You get 2 minutes per round, and one person in each team has to keep the time. For team 1, that's Jonas, kind of like organizing the little sub teams. For team 2, that's me. For team 3, that is Putty. For team 4, that is River. All clear?
All right. How much time are we going for?
2 minutes per note writing.
Even
Okay,
the first
so-
idea, isn't that a little short for a first idea?
Yeah, maybe.
Like your first idea doesn't have to be a complete idea.
True. Can just
But
be
if
snippet.
we would like to do like 5 minutes of just thinking for the start,
Yeah,
that's
please,
also fine.
I'm just.
Yeah,
I would appreciate 5 minutes of thinking.
Okay.
let's
Thank
just
you.
do like let the idea let's just let the theme sink in for like 5 minutes, and then
Wait, I
we're going
wasn't
to
looking.
go into the voice channels of the sub teams. Look at the bottom. As the teams are numbered on Miro, just go into the relevant voice channel after the 5 minutes. But like we can do a little bit of just thinking about it for now.
Okay.
What's the deadline for the team? Like, when do we come back with our team's idea?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. I would say maybe 19:30 in 25 minutes, something like that.
Yeah. So we have
Okay, so the half-hour
we have got basically 20 minutes roughly for the first.
Yeah. Then we have 5 minutes of buffer. Should be fine, right?
And otherwise, every team leader could also write we're done if they're already done, so we can all join when the time.
We can
Yeah,
just
that's
jump
right.
back into the general voice
Exactly.
when we're
Like
done.
once a team is done and has agreed on something, we'll just go back into the general voice channel. Yeah.
All right, and we have
Okay.
to remember that probably deciding on an idea in the team itself will probably take another 10 minutes as well, at least, or something,
Oh
right?
yeah, true.
Yeah, but that's included in the.
That's
20
included, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's included.
Okay, we are speed.
Okay.
We are speed.
Oh, I got nothing on us.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
One round of hype, and then let's split up. Hype.
Yay!
Okay,
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go.
There's the rest.
This like transfer in the Discord.
That was hard to
Crazy.
click on
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So we still have a little bit of time. I guess for me that means to get a timer because I haven't got one yet. Timer, online timer, sure. There.
All right. Okay. That. Yeah. Roles reversed. All right. I need to do my indoor thinking. I'm gonna mute myself because I like to think out loud, and I think that'll just block everyone else.
Oh yeah, same, same
I
actually.
should probably also do that.
Sure.
Right. Okay. Hello, stream. Sorry, that was a bit mad. If you're watching, we are doing a all hands on deck. I mean, there's 23 of us trying to do the biggest game jam team there has been, organised by Jonas and Jan, which I'm sure you'll know. Yeah, and this year's theme is roles reversed. So we need to get just a little bit of an idea down first. Stormy Ye has put maybe a game solely based on heroes, but you play as a villain. I quite like that. It's kind of like Dungeon Keeper-esque, right? But then maybe you could reverse the role of Dungeon Keeper. Heroes based on villains. Then in the video he mentioned about Tetris and moving the UI. Or, you know, bow and arrow, but you control the arrow. No, that's crap. Just so I've got something down. I can always erase it, but... Traditional, like D&D sort of party of heroes are coming to get you. Wizard, rogue, warrior, cleric.
Okay, that's 10 minutes, so from now on, I'm gonna start the timer now for the first idea.
Damn. Okay. Should we just write it down? Like.
Yeah, just
as-
write it down on your first note.
I
Oh,
feel
okay.
like
So just write our idea down on a first note.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I feel like this is the most generic one, but.
That's
So
okay. It's gonna get more interesting as more people. join.
I'm trying not to. I've zoomed in just solely on my notes so I don't get like
Yeah.
influenced by anyone else.
Did
I wanna
Miro
see
just
what-
crash? Did Miro just crash my browser?
Oh Jesus, that's a long description. Holy moly, Dan! What? It's a novel.
It's kind of based. One of my chat.
Why mine is so short compared to you guys? Oh. What? Maybe I should explain it a bit further. Nah, it's fine.
That's for us to struggle
yeah.
with.
You guys
Wait,
are
I
gonna
hope
have to
I'm not
figure it out.
next. Hold up.
We still have about
wanna
a
keep it-
minute.
Up to interpretation. What if you guys are so creative? You guys have like
I'm gonna get that
stories
bit
and
there.
stuff. What the heck?
Okay, got my idea down. I think. I don't know if I've communicated very well, but it is down.
We have
Okay.
20 seconds.
How did you guys come up with ideas so quickly? That's insane.
I struggled for a while, but I just wrote down something. Okay,
What?
well, that's it for the first round. Please finish up, everybody.
Okay. I
And
changed my idea at the last minute.
I will start a new timer now.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what's the second timer now?
Photo game, you don't take pictures, but
Yeah,
you
we're
are
on
thing
the
made
second
to
card
be a
now,
human
so
around,
just
and you get
move
points for the
along.
Wait,
most
okay, wait, so I
impressive
have to move on to
picture
you,
that's taken
Jan.
of you.
Yeah, correct.
And then, like-
you write on the yellow
Okay.
card. You
Okay.
always write on the yellow card.
Okay. And like, take your idea and change it.
Change it or add to it
Okay.
or extend it.
Similar to a prison escape game. What if I haven't played a prison escape game? I don't know what that is. Prison
The game where you escape from prison.
How does that function?
You do stuff to get out of prison.
Usually
Okay.
it's like a role play game,
Um.
but that's that's an example to give you an idea.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, time is up.
Oh boy.
Oh, this is so stressful. Pressure. What the hell? I'm like a
All right.
slow thinker. What the fuck?
Okay. We will start the new timer now.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back to Miro.
Nope, my Miro hung up again.
Game overlay 101. Buffy. 7.
Okay, I feel like. Am I supposed to make a new idea based on the idea? Because right now I'm just
You
trying
can extend the idea.
Okay.
Or you can add to it.
I don't think
Extend or add to it? I think you meant change it.
Change it, or even take stuff away that you think is
Okay,
not good.
so it's just whatever we feel like
Yeah.
fits
Alright,
the
yeah.
idea. Okay, super.
Do you need more time because the time's up?
No, I'm fine. I'm good.
Okay, then next one starts now.
Oh, this is so sad.
Some of these ideas are absolutely amazing.
Okay, that works. This works. Yep.
Okay, we have the last round.
Okay.
And it's starting now.
This is a lot of reading.
And my Miro is hanging. Up there we go.
Okay, well that's it.
Okay.
Now we
we're
will have
done.
some time to kind of. I would say it's a good idea if every person who is on, like, still on the last one, quickly describes what they have got in front of them. So I will start, and then Noram, and then so on. You know. Oh no! Actually, after me, Danpos. Yeah, right. And I will start with the card that I just had. So, say at the cards that you just had. So this idea, if I understood it correctly, was like a game where you are an unrobber. So you're trying, instead of doing the evil thing of like taking the money away from the bank, you're trying to actually you're trying to like get the money back into the bank. So you're basically doing some really weird kind of philanthropy where you're just giving the money to the rich, I guess. But then there was also the idea you finish the game by getting rid of all the money. You could also take the robbers and send them to the police. So that would be a different angle, I guess. So I guess in that case, you would be kind of the guard system trying to get rid of the robbers. You could play as literally the money. Oh yeah, that's the thing where you're trying, like, you're not actually playing the robber, but you're just trying to get back into your vault, like, and it's kind of stealthy, like you're trying to escape from the robbers, and they're kind of stereotypical robbers. And I have written down maybe the guards are secretly trying to rob the bank, but you're trying to catch them, take the money from them, put it back. Or you are the money and just trying to get a little bit more role reversal in there, that the guards of the bank are faking that they're actually robbing it, I guess. Okay, that's the idea that I had in front of me. Danpos, what have you got?
Okay, so I've got right. Let me just check now. Okay, I'll just make sure I unmuted myself. So, you're a teacher, but you don't know anything about the topic that you're teaching. Ask questions to the students cleverly, so you learn the answers from them. They must not spot you're a fraud. All the ones that were kind of below that then kind of played on that idea. So you're a professor, but you don't know anything about the topic. It's going to be a bit like PowerPoint karaoke. I don't know what that would be. I guess like karaoke where you're singing along, but instead you're trying to design a PowerPoint as you go along.
Yeah, so PowerPoint karaoke is where you get a PowerPoint presentation with random stuff in it, and you have to hold the presentation without knowing what's in the presentation.
So you don't know what's going to be on the next slide.
Practical Jokers.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. That sounds quite funny. Perhaps sometimes the students give you wrong answers or get suspicious if you don't switch to the next slide fast enough. At the end, you get a grade for how well you did, and then I finished up just kind of trying to summarize it. So you're a professor who doesn't know anything about the topic you're trying to hold a presentation about. You need to use open-ended questions to get the answers from your students. When you think you know the topic, you can go over to your computer and open up the Wikipedia page for the subject, and then you win because you can, deliver the lecture just based on what's on Wikipedia. Yeah, that's that idea.
Cool. Yeah, maybe you could even have some kind of like quiz game at the end, to get to the right spot on the what to select out of a couple of options from the Wikipedia thing. Just as a final confirmation that you really got it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a detective game, almost like an Obra Dinn type detective thing.
So yeah.
Could also be a social game, like maybe you have like 3 people trying to hold a presentation and 2 of them know what they're talking about and 1 doesn't or something. I don't know. Not sure.
All right. Cool. Next one is, I think, Chefman, right?
Yes. All right. So Dan's idea. Your plan giving your water or life back to a dying world. You shrink as the game progresses to give back to the other 2 other things. And then it continues with the idea of letting that water flow through roots and then extending those roots so you can give water to more to other suitable spots in the earth. So you have a limited lifespan and need to produce fruits in order to give offspring and continue reviving the world. That makes sense. That's and then balancing those resources, not just the water but also the life and the oxygen, and so that you don't die and the world around you. And I thought maybe it'd be cool to have something like animals as well, so you don't have to focus on just water, light, and oxygen, but also find a way to make sure that it doesn't get destroyed again somehow.
Yep. Should I just continue?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah.
All right. So this one was about a photo game. So you don't take pictures, but you are the thing being taken pictures of, either human or an animal, and you get points for the most impressive picture that is taken of you. Kind of like a posing game, I guess. So you're a famous person and you're chasing the paparazzi down and taking photos of them to publish on your own social media account. If not that, you just need to do as much cool shit as possible, like making things explode and walk away from them. And then there was added, what if it's wildlife photography, but it's an animal photographing what you the human in your natural environment, some sort of city for documentary. And then you're an animal photographer, as in an animal photographing humans, trying to film Edinburgh. I don't know, but this is one style.
Attenborough,
He's
yeah.
He's the British guy who does all the nature films.
Yeah, the documentary on humans, trying to set up as impressive shots as possible, kind of like, I guess, Pokemon. What's it called? Snap, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. I really like that idea.
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, and I pretty much just added that it could be like an animal stuck in a zoo who stole like a camera, like if we need a scenario or something. But then I also remembered it could also be like an alien sightseeing human zoo. I don't know. Or it could be some kind of reverse stealth game. I don't know. I just got a lot of ideas for this one. So yeah.
We will have to go in on the idea stack that we choose and kind of form it into one cohesive thing. But okay, we've still got one more. Oh yes, we've still got one more. So yeah, take it away, Noram.
Okay, so the last game is the core idea is the game controls your actions. And then that got extended with you have to make sure that the area around the player is always cleared, so the game controlling the player never hits or crashes into anything. Then there's another idea. You're laying down train tracks as you go along. You need to make your way around obstacles in the world without hitting into them, whether it's farm animals, mountains, castles, or water. Then the next iteration of concept is the player by itself is immobile, but you can control pieces of the environment to push the player along. Select between various pieces in a radius around the player character. And then the last idea, or like the last iteration of that concept is you play as a possessed wine bottle trying to escape its storage location by manipulating the environment as described above while trying not to break.
Cool.
Nice.
All right. Well, there's a lot of cool stuff here. Well, how do we like? Do you guys have preferences? Like, is there already kind of a trend, or is it hard for you?
I personally am sold on the animal photographer thing. I just think that to me is the one that fits the role reversal quite well. Because the one about the guards, it's like the role reversal is you're not a robber, but then there are also games where you're just the cops essentially. So it is it's only role reversal if you're looking at it from the perspective of robbers, not the other way around.
That's why I tried to kind of retrofit that in there a bit with my idea of the guards are actually trying to steal the money. But yeah, I also felt like narratively that is a thing, but not really gameplay wise. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree that this one turned out not to be the strongest.
I kind of like what
Yeah.
I find the idea of being a plant and giving water life back to a dying world to be interesting,
Mhm.
especially gameplay-wise. But I feel like it doesn't really fit the role reversal quite as much because, like, normally plants don't take away life. That is not a thing they do.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hence why I think my sort of favorites are definitely like the professor or not knowing what they're talking about. I feel like that could be interesting, like party or social game, or like or generally just an interesting little goofy experience.
You have a dedicated writer, guys, so that's that person would be busy.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of the game controlling the environment. That's also interesting, but I'm not quite sure if that's really that much of a role reversal. Like, what I really like about the animal photographer and the professor is how the roles, like what those people normally do, is literally inverted.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like with the game controls your actions, it's kind of, I don't know.
It's more like a game.
Because you're still controlling stuff. Like, unless the game played itself.
Yeah, well,
like you are. It's just kind of that you cannot move your character directly.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the theme reveal, you mentioned obviously about Tetris, you move the UI instead of moving the Tetris blocks, but so I guess that's similar to that. But then when I wrote about the laying down train tracks, as I wrote that, I remembered that's basically Unrailed. I think that's what that game's called. There is a game
that's
that
what
does
I was
that.
thinking.
Yeah, I didn't really get any inspiration from that, so I steered away from the train tracks thing.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, I really like the photo thing because you can actually expand upon the themes. Like, if you want a different thematic, it could be like aliens, it could be like a ghost trying to take pictures of humans. Like, the general taking pictures.
A ghost trying to prove that there's humans somewhere.
I mean,
that's
something that is
funny,
just
yeah.
like.
That's
like,
actually so funny. A lot of people are gonna like that, especially those who've talked about like the horror theme.
Yeah, and also like the
like
Pokemon Go, not Pokemon Go, the Pokemon Snap aesthetic, where it's like, I don't know, that could be inspiration for the gameplay if you want something like that.
Maybe
that
if you're like the ghost, oh my god, that's actually genius. You're the ghost, but you're trying to make sure that the humans don't see you because they get scared and you want to take good photos of them. But when they're scared, they're just running away and you want to have like photos of their faces.
I like that.
Oh yeah, okay, wait. What if you're like a ghost, but you don't want to be proven to be actually real, but you still gotta scare the humans to get like good photos, right?
Yeah, but it's not really role reversal at a point.
That's I guess.
I feel like the reason the animal photography works is because it's literally a role reversal. You're like it's just a different interpretation of, it's literally like if you take the word animal photographer and you invert it, you get photographer animal.
Yeah.
That's true.
So you're thinking
so
like
that fits the theme well.
Like you're a monkey walking around a zoo taking pictures of people in cages.
I would say that the zoo thing is the best because that's not really what humans do either in terms of the wildlife photography thing, right? Like professional photographers don't go to the zoo; they go to the wilderness or go to the natural habitats of
like a
animals.
safari type thing.
So I was thinking
you're
maybe
like doing safari in the city.
Yes, I was thinking like maybe something smaller, like a chipmunk or something like that. And so you kind of have this tiny camera you carry around. You're trying to like take pictures of people. However, I also like gameplay-wise, I also really like the idea of the paparazzi. I feel like that could result in some like really fun dynamic gameplay where you're like basically trying to hunt them down, trying to take as many pictures of them as possible. Or causing. I feel like it'd be like a lot more energetic in a way.
I like that as a name as well, paparazzi. Just like at the top of the itch page. That's what I can think of.
Thinking about the marketing angle already.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
and I feel like you could really like push the absurdity of it because like you're literally playing as a rich person, so you might as well not care about anything. And so you're trying to just like really hunt this person down at any cost necessary. I feel like that could be really hilarious.
Okay, here's the deal. We have to unify this kind of now into one idea instead of a bunch of them, so that we can present something. So, just a quick mood check, like, which one of these things are you guys like most excited by?
Gonna be honest, I might have to say paparazzi, because it just feels a lot more like actiony, like a lot more energetic, like it feels more ridiculous.
So
in a way, while the other one feels like a stealth game.
Can you quickly summarize what sort of the game concept is?
Yeah, so I imagine it sort of starts like, you know, you're an extremely rich person and there's a paparazzi trying to take a picture of you. And then so you decide to basically hunt them down instead. And so the paparazzi keeps like running from you and you have to like chase them and find good moments to take pictures of them. So if they keep running away, they might, you know, start getting into a car, so you have to chase them in a car. And generally, whenever they come into view, you have to try and snap a picture. And then the more pictures you snap and the more they're visible in it, the more points you get at the end of a run.
So the question that I would ask naturally here is, how do we make sure that it's a role reversal and that you're not just doing exactly what the paparazzi does? Because, like, it sort of feels to me that in all things except maybe for some subtle differences in the character models, it's just a game where you play as the paparazzi, right? Because you're still trying to take photos of someone who is trying not to be taken photos of, you know?
Yeah, that's true. The dynamic doesn't really necessarily change. Or like,
I think from a gameplay point of view, it doesn't, but from a narrative point of view, it does.
But I think the narrative of this is still just like it's switching around so completely that you're just a person chasing a person trying to take pictures of them.
Yeah. That's why I think the animal photographer one, that is actual role reversal. Because it's something that wouldn't happen. Obviously, a chipmunk can't take a photograph of someone.
Really?
I don't think so.
Well, how do you explain the picture on the right then?
Yeah, I mean, that is true.
Is that a chipmunk?
Do chipmunks have opposable thumbs? I don't think so. But when someone mentioned the chipmunk thing, I thought, yeah, if it was a small animal, kind of, to add a bit like, thinking about the gameplay, if you wanted to take a picture of a person, you'd have to get up high, so then it'd be like a platformer type kind of climbing thing.
Here's
Here's
an idea for the animal photographer idea, and that is you have different levels where you play as different animals that get progressively bigger. So it gets progressively more difficult.
Yeah.
Then, at the end you're a giraffe. You have to like
elephant.
My scope alarm bells are going off right now.
That is true. Yeah, that's sort of what I was worried about as well.
Okay.
My question is just, how do you make the animal photographer idea sort of interesting? Like, how do you add a bit more energy into it? Because otherwise, it's mainly just like sort of a stealth game. Like, I don't really see how that's gonna be terribly fun for the most part. Like, obviously, like the idea is hilarious, but how do you make the gameplay more interesting?
Rather
Because
than just like Pokemon Snap, you want some kind of challenge.
Yeah, and how do you have enough of a system behind the gameplay, right? Also, because how is it determined if something's like a good photo and so on? Like, that's kind of still also kind of open-ended, right?
yeah, especially if like people are just chilling and you can't really interact with them as a animal. I don't know.
Like, I'm thinking if they're not just sitting around in a static scene somewhere, then that's gonna have such a high animation budget also that it's kind of...
What about the reverse ghost hunt one? So it's if we're still on this like photo thing, but maybe not the... So obviously a ghost hunter, unless you believe in ghosts, which obviously I don't want to upset anyone's offend anyone. But if you know, when you see these like cheesy ghost hunting shows, they go in there with these like devices to try and detect stuff. So instead of if you are the ghost, you're trying to be detected. So you have to like, you know, be a poltergeist, like make noise and convince people that you're real. But a lot of them are kind of, No, you've got like a meter that you have to like really do to convince people that you're real. It's not just like a setup for like one of these shows. I don't know.
I feel like there isn't enough role reversal in the ghost idea, to be quite honest. But I just got another idea, which I'm not sure how suitable it is, but what if you're a poltergeist trying to prevent noise?
Prevent noise?
Yeah, as in stuff like keeps falling off the shelves and you have to like catch it or whatever to prevent.
So like people think you exist, but you just want to be left alone.
No, you're trying
kind
to
of
convince
thing?
people like you don't exist.
Yeah, but that's the thing. People think or like.
People are trying to prove your existence.
Yeah, and then you're like, nah.
Oh yeah.
Going in there and
Yeah, maybe it's like a family and they're considering calling like the Ghostbusters, so you have to
Dude,
try
yeah.
and prevent noise from happening.
Maybe you just want to rest in peace, honestly. But people keep like freaking. Maybe you're like a haunted house and you just want to be left alone. So you're trying your best to like not get detected.
Oh yeah.
Or, like stuff like that.
Yeah, the house itself is haunted. Like the house itself is your antagonist because it keeps trying to like, knock stuff off the
But
shelf.
what if
Stuff
it's just
keeps
a really
breaking.
old house? It's just like it's actually just an old house. Like I don't know.
And-
The
and
house
you have
is
to sort
working
of,
against you, and
Like, you have to like catch a vase falling off somewhere. You have to, release a pressure valve so a pipe doesn't burst or stuff like that.
So it's kind of like a stealth game, plus your environment is antagonistic towards you.
a question is, how specific should we make the game idea?
I don't
Because
know.
could we just take the first one where it's like a little bit unspecific, like except that it's the taking photos, or do we want to go with like a more specific ones like the haunted house? It's
I think it should be more specific because otherwise people are not gonna find it awesome. People are just gonna think like, what the fuck? They didn't think of anything.
Yeah, it's no longer about coming up with something to discuss. It's more like presenting a final idea.
Okay.
Which doesn't have to be completely finalized in all detail, but it should be somewhat specific, I think.
Right. Wait, so who's writing that down?
Is
Who
that
had
the
the
idea?
poltergeist idea?
Are we doing this? Like,
I'm cool with the poltergeist idea. I like that.
Yeah.
Sure, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, let's make a note. I'm just gonna copy this and like. Okay.
I see them writing inside the black thing.
Oh, I think.
Oh yeah, people have been doing that. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got the big one. This one.
Of course.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, that's what everyone did.
Mm.
Okay. You're.
Then I also suggest only one person try and explain the idea, so we're not talking.
Yeah,
for
I will do it.
Okay.
Ghost hunters are coming into your haunted mansion. The mansion has a life of its own and is constantly making a ruckus.
Ruckus.
Try to prevent the hauntedness from being detected. Humans must never have anything in their cone of vision, or they will take a photo of it and bust you. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay. Then let's go into the general boys. We're a bit late, so let's go.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
You know you settle on the same.
Wow, you weren't kidding. Almost every other game's about hiding.
Yeah.
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 What the?
Oh, is that
Why
the
is there
case?
the picture of the? No, keep going. Sorry. Does anyone else see the picture of the the monkey that took its own picture?
I'm sorry.
That's
I
one
wasn't
of our
by
game
the glory
ideas.
of the board to the right.
Oh no. They're
What is happening here?
they're
God, the chaos has
multiplying.
started.
No, they're multiplying.
You just want us
So
to
yeah,
copy
I'm
this.
just putting it here like
No.
I'm gonna copy
We
it.
keep putting images on this.
I
We're gonna
think
lag
your idea
harder.
is to put next to the graphs.
Okay, sir.
Oh no, someone added an Among Us.
Where's the circle?
Someone's adding a Reagan.
I copy pasted ours. And...
Okay.
Oh gosh.
You
this
just wanted
board's
it somewhere
gonna-
safe so
by
people
the,
wouldn't
by
draw
the
on
end
it.
of it, by the end of this game jam, the board's gonna be a mess.
Wait till the end.
Like
Why
we're
did Bonica do this?
like we're
I hate
like,
Bonica. No, I
like we're just gonna like one of these days we're just gonna zoom out and the entire board's just gonna be filled with Among Us memes and random
We knew it was
messages.
gonna be a mess when we first started it. It'll
Okay,
be
okay. Let's go to the team 1 and have the responsible person, Jonas,
Okay.
explain what they're
The responsible person.
Okay, so we can
Hey!
shut up, everybody. We came up with a brilliant master plan. We're making a reverse escape room game where you start outside of the escape room and you're trying to lock yourself up real good. So basically, the theming we thought would make sense for this is that maybe you're the escape room owner and you only have a limited amount of time till the next client arrives. So you have to make sure every puzzle is back in its place. So you're basically going through the room in reverse and trying to make sure all of the puzzles are playable again, and you're locked up.
Oh, I like that. I can't wait to see the game over screen.
Why do you also have to be locked up?
Yeah, I
Get
guess
out.
with the theming we're going for, you'll just be back at the entrance of the escape room.
Okay, yeah. Right.
We can magic wand it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that seems really cool.
we're voting now, or do we?
No, let's go through the
first
ideas
go
first.
through everything. Yeah, we're just exactly. This is the presentation part. So, for
This is a presentation.
For team 2, you're a poltergeist trying to stay undetected. And ghost hunters, like those people who are trying to prove ghosts are real and so on, they're coming into your haunted house, like your haunted mansion, and but actually the mansion is like uncontrollable. Like the mansion itself has kind of a life of its own. Like things are toppling over around you, and there might be like certain things that start to float and so on. You have to always go there and make the vase stop from falling down, stop the piano from playing on its own, and like stop the house basically, which kind of has its own personality. And basically there's going to be at least one ghost hunter running around with a photo camera, and if that person sees something really odd for long enough, they're going to take out the photo camera frantically and try to take a photo of it. And if you prevented it in time, that's fine. And I guess maybe you yourself are also trying to stay undetected while you make the changes, so lest you are being taken a photo of. And at some point, if things go well enough, the ghost hunter is just going to go home disappointedly if you win, and you lose if a photo of something crazy is taken.
Okay, so it's pretty much a reverse stealth game that is still a stealth game.
In a way, yeah.
I like stealth games.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
cool idea.
Mhm.
I mean, our idea is a haunted house as well, and in this case, you're also controlling the monster. We went with ghost, but I guess that's the topic of discussion. You are in this case though. You're not just trying to hide, but you are actually scared of kids. But there is some naughty kids coming in, and you want to scare them off, so you can do things like pushing objects over or telekinesis, manipulate the environment in any way to scare the kids off.
I see. So you're actually still doing your role as a scary ghost.
But it's not a stealth game anymore.
You're an old.
Not really, yeah.
You're an old grandpa ghost, and you're sick of these kids on your property.
Oh my darn property!
Can I just say, I would love...
good phrase.
I've actually played a game just like that, where you're trying to scare everyone and like make everyone leave the mansion, and you have a bunch of ghosts and try to get them out as fast as possible. It was a long time ago and don't know the name, but I've actually played a game that seems exactly like that.
Can I just say, I would love if how,
Which is
like, in
not to
this
say
game
that
you
we
just killed the people.
I mean, that could be part of scaring them off, but I think, I don't know, maybe. That's
Well, how
not
do you
so
charge a
long.
ghost for manslaughter?
Also,
Oh, boy.
we went with kids, right? So you're gonna kill the. It's probably better to sort of just scare the kids.
Actually, yeah.
The
The
reasoning
reasoning behind
Yeah.
the reason you wouldn't want to kill the kids is because they would become ghosts too and haunt the place.
Oh no!
So you'd just be stuck with them.
Yeah. Okay. True. That's actually a good reason.
Okay. Ready?
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Team 4. I tried to make this a square. I'm sorry. Ours is that it's like a take on the traditional physics-based delivery game where you're like trying to move stuff and it's hard because it's physics controls. But instead, you're inside a warehouse and you're trying to steal the packages before they get delivered. And so there's a like surveillance or stealth element to it where you're hiding what you're doing from your coworkers and from surveillance systems. There's an optional feature where like you might get caught by somebody and you can use social deduction to figure out how to get out of it and not get in trouble. You might be able to figure out what the packages are and steal them. Like the warehouse might order a new surveillance system and you have to like stop it from getting installed. And then you might also have a secret hideout somewhere in the warehouse where you're bringing the packages to, where you can like open them and trick out your place.
I like the human fall flat physics based idea. I like that. That makes it funny.
It does, but it's gonna be hard to implement. Truthfully.
Could be.
Because like active fractals are not easy.
If you have a game idea that lives or dies with some tech that we're not sure we're gonna be able to pull off, then
Yeah. My idea, this isn't my idea, but like my idea for this was like the player wouldn't have physics, just like the objects would, and like the objects are hard to maneuver.
I see.
But we don't need to rely on that specific implementation.
I mean, one thing to keep in mind is that oftentimes, right, for game jams, you wonder how do we make this difficult enough, or how do we make this challenging? But that's actually, I would say, not that big of a problem for game jam games, because game jam games, if we just manage to make it a very short, fun experience without too much challenge, that's completely fine for a game jam game. So even if you just steal a bunch of packages and you unpack them and there are a bunch of nice things inside, that could be a fun and sufficient experience as well, perhaps.
And we're cool with that.
Or some soft challenge, you know. I don't think we have to look for extreme challenge necessarily. That's all I wanted to say.
It's also good if people are actually able to complete it in a good amount of time, because then they have this feeling of being through with the game and success, kind of.
Yeah.
Completing things in a
Which is-
timely manner so you can push them out to clients.
Okay.
Team 1.
What's next?
I like all of the ideas. Let's rank them one after another. Let's start with the first one. I'm just gonna grab it and put it over the graph here. And
What was it again?
now-
We are talking about which idea?
Escape room.
Saying it
Escape
again?
room. It's the first one. I put it in the top here.
Okay. My tip is to think about one axis first and the second axis afterwards.
There's so many mouse cursors.
Put yourself on full numbers, please,
mosquito
so
swarm.
that it's easier to calculate an average. So full numbers would be on all the crosses.
Problem is if there's already card on there.
That's
then
okay. You
put
just
another
have,
one.
you put your card on top of someone else's card. We don't care.
Slightly next. It's okay.
The
I
mouse
think my card
cursors
deserves
are
to be on
fine.
top. Personally.
I think there's. Oh, we really like the spot.
Okay.
So is Reagan just on the awesome and the easy meter?
Yeah, it's the patented Jonas and Jan awesome and easy meter, which happens to be awesome and easy.
Indeed. Indeed.
Okay, I'm
I
gonna
mixed up
take
wish
a
axis with wish axis.
screenshot of this and calculate the average later.
No, hold on. Should we talk about it first?
Oh yeah,
No,
is
yeah.
there something where people are agreeing, disagreeing?
I mean,
I think
it seems like we're agreeing pretty much on the awesome scale. I feel like the thing we're not really agreeing on is the how easy it's gonna be scale. So maybe
Ease of
the
implementation, yeah.
maybe
Yeah,
the
but-
two extremes can explain themselves.
Well, you start.
I start. I think it sounds fairly easy to implement because escape rooms. I feel like we have a team that's well equipped to do that. Because escape rooms are often broken down into lots of smaller problems, so that would be easy to split the coding for that. Also, they have fairly small rooms. That means we wouldn't have to model really huge environments. We can keep everything contained in a very low amount of space, which also makes things like performance a bit easier. And they're also fairly scalable, like how long they are is also fairly easy to control, right? Like if we have some extra time in the end, we can just make it longer. If we don't have enough time, we'll just make it shorter. So I feel like on the easy scale, it's definitely up there for me personally.
I disagree.
All right.
Because two of the pro points you mentioned are actually con points. That being that the room is small, and then that makes it easier somehow. Because you see, the thing is, in games, it doesn't really matter how much the scale of your environment in total doesn't matter that much. What matters is the density of stuff. And if you have a small room, and especially like an escape room, which tend to be, loaded with stuff, then you need to keep the density right. So you're gonna have a lot of little props everywhere, a lot of different props. While in a bigger environment, you could like start copy pasting stuff because people wouldn't really notice. But when you're in a sort of dense room, you really need quite a variety of things. It's also a lot more difficult to light, just because interiors generally are more difficult to light because, well, light kind of goes everywhere, and only working with direct lighting in an enclosed environment tends to be quite difficult. That's gonna make it a bit more difficult to light properly. And coding-wise, it's a super easy idea. Not super easy, it's quite easy idea. But I feel like the art overhead of this whole idea of being in such a small enclosed space and having to interact there with stuff, that's gonna make the art part of it quite difficult.
Okay. Yeah, those are very fair points.
And performance-wise, the other thing you have to consider is, in a bigger environment, there's more chance for stuff to not be visible at all times. Like there may be stuff that's behind a building or something. While in a closed room, well, the whole room may be visible at a time.
Yep, those are fair points. I feel like we could probably work around these
I've seen games get away
restrictions.
with like not decorating rooms to the brim before,
Well, yeah,
especially older
most
games.
can. Yeah, most games can, but in an escape room game, where part of it is literally about just looking around the room for stuff. I feel like it's a bit more important there. If all you have is the room.
Does this go for? Sorry, does this go for rooms that are like emergent as you play them? As in, like, if you were to peel the paint back on a wall, you'd see like something a bit more advanced, and the room opens up as you're playing it.
I mean, we could also do the traditional escape room, like the old 2D escape rooms, just with a 3D camera. Like, instead of having a first-person controller, we could have a classic click-and-point controller in a 3D room. Then we could limit how much of the room could be seen at one point.
I was
also kind of adhering back to the escape rooms of old.
I was picturing kind of like unpacking type situation where it is like an isometric thing. You put in the puzzles back together. Lots of mini games and stuff.
I wasn't thinking isometric.
I have a proposal. I mean, you could randomize the positions of the puzzles every time you have to do them. So, like, you don't have to do like a lot of new assets if you just randomize the position. So part of the challenge kind of becomes finding every puzzle, like if they're randomized, hidden.
I mean,
away.
that could save some valuable resources making extra models, but that also might increase code complexity in order to make sure all the new spots are valid and they can't overlap or anything like
Also, lighting wise, it's gonna be really messy because you could not highlight the puzzle like hinting. So yeah, when you randomize, you gonna like match.
For me, the biggest challenge here is probably that it is not a very systemic approach to game design, and that you need a lot of unique things, right? Like a lot of unique little mini games that all have their own kind of design. And not only do you need to design unique things, you also need to design them kind of in reverse order. And I'm a little bit worried that if we go with something that is requiring so much unique content, we're gonna have a bit of additional trouble with like coming up with enough stuff that is actually also interesting.
Yeah,
I
that's a fair
mean,
point. I'm
that's a fair
retracting
point.
to maybe here.
Okay.
I still think we could pull it off with like a more stylized style or something. I don't feel like it has to be
it would be
completely
stylized.
realistic, but
I was more so.
those are some good points.
I was more so thinking for the actual mini games, we could just make very basic clones of other games, like Mario clone for one mini game, and like it doesn't have to necessarily make sense, especially for a game jam. We can get creative, like maybe instead, like the lock-picking thing, you have to like pull back up these, or like I don't know. I'm just
the hitch is that everything has to go in reverse, so we have to know how it does go forward, and then we are like, we do it forward, and now we're trying to like backwards it, which is like, in a way, double the work, I think.
If we do it well, it's gonna be quite difficult. Yeah.
My idea for the game was that you would just have a list of like the puzzles in order, and then the old people like completely trash this place up, and you would have to like find the keys and stuff and like put them in the right place, and that would be the hard part.
So, should we do a final chance to adjust your vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay then. We have 3 on that side. Okay, I'm just gonna take a screenshot when you're all done. Like, is everyone done?
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you take your mouse cursor away?
There's a
Everyone
button at
put
the
it-
top where
everyone.
you can disable the cursors.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Oh yeah.
Oh, that is useful.
Why would you want to do that ever?
Before I was here for years.
Okay.
Like my Miro is sort of laggy at this point.
It looks really cool when you installed
I'm
them.
gonna do all the average calculation in a bit, but let's
I mean,
just
I think
move
I
on to
see
the
it
next
already
thing.
there.
Okay.
But
Remove your card from the board.
They're like flies. Oh
Be
my God.
gone. Next idea.
Looks like a cool AI swarm.
Yeah.
Almost like a living
The
sand.
swarm has arrived.
So the poltergeist idea, where you are trying to you're trying to not be detected, or you're trying to fight against the house's shenanigans.
I'd
to
love
me,
if my
that's like
Miro could stop
phasmophobia,
hanging
but
out.
in reverse, basically.
Where's it is?
I'm still thinking.
I do really like this idea.
It's
I imagine it's a game of shushing random objects in the room.
The anthropomorphizing or whatever, not whatever it is for objects, is really entertaining to me. Especially as a new parent. It feels like you're trying to control a bunch of little rowdy kids.
It doesn't really dictate how big the space has to be, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
I was just going to ask, this is also just
do
input,
it
right?
Well,
within
in a
single
haunted
room of
mansion.
the haunted mansion, or it could be multiple
Back to the rooms.
It could.
Apparently,
yeah, but when most
bigger
people
spaces
hear
are
haunted
easier, I've heard.
mansion. Yeah.
I don't know why that should be the case, though.
Hey,
Mansions are
hey.
cool because you get the big centerpiece, which is a big room, and then you got all the little rooms around it.
Yeah,
I
I
think
feel
it
like
would
it'd
be a
be. I feel
room
like
in
it.
a
I feel
mansion.
like it'd be kind of a ripoff to the player if they hear about being in this mansion, but then they get stuck in one room. Like, and how many things could feasibly fit in one room? I think the fun of the game would be checking would be having to go through, flying through all the rooms, checking things.
I mean, you would kind of be babysitting the
Yeah, babysitting.
What
Exactly.
if you?
player characters that are going
What
through
if
the
the
rooms, right?
objects like taunted you before they did something? Like they like start laughing or something.
Yeah, I think
You can see
you
them
have to have
threatening.
some kind of warning that something's gonna happen.
I love that.
It's kind of like an overcooked. Oh, sorry, go
Yeah.
on.
I have a silly spin-off idea that would maybe remove the need to have AI, such complicated AI agents. Let me know if
Complicated
if it's-
AI.
Really?
I don't know. It sounds
the
like
That kind
the AI,
of is a
the AI
like
just
ghost
needs
hunters, right?
and
the
stuff.
AI just needs to wander around room to room, and like if it sees something, it needs to take a picture. The AI would be the simple part.
okay.
And hey,
would it be first person or?
it would be. I think you'd be first person playing as the ghost flying around.
Yeah.
Actually,
first
you know,
person?
I feel
with
like.
the,
Oh,
I was
with the
thinking
kind of
top
game that this
down.
is, yeah, I was thinking not top
Oh,
down.
yeah.
but more
Also
like,
Yeah.
for difficulty
Like,
Like
scaling.
you can see
Hold on,
through
hold
the
on.
roof, you know.
Hold
Is
on,
it
I'm
first
moving.
person or not?
Yeah, first person, I think.
Actually, I have
Really?
an idea about that. Just
That's
to
like
maybe change your
there
mind.
are some very different ideas for people
Yes.
for what
Wait,
the
wait,
camera
wait.
is.
Let's
Wait.
assume we don't know the
Oh.
perspective for the voting, but Jonas had an idea.
All right.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, it
Oh,
was a
for
silly idea.
difficulty scaling, like I was thinking of Five Nights at Freddy's because in that game, every quote character or object has an AI level of some kind, and just every few seconds it does a basic random check, and then
number,
random number. So we could just use that system for all the objects, and it would be not that hard, and to implement the. And hey, it would add and then we could mess with those values throughout the game in order to make it harder as time goes on.
Are we done
parameters
voting?
are always a good
Right, so
thing.
I was
Oh,
thinking
yeah.
something like this game. Like this is called Neighbors from Hell, and what if you are from a sideway perspective in a way that you can go through walls and floors, and you can then interact with objects that way, while the characters or character whatever just follows a certain path that they always follow.
I like
Can
that.
Can I comment on the whole thing real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, so I was basically thinking that like the game is sort of like a first person thing. You have like a bunch of connected rooms and hallways, and there's objects like there's a couple different objects everywhere, and they each like do something in order to make them not make noise. And so the AI kind of just wanders around, and then when they hear or like when a noise happens, they basically get or like when a noise is about to happen, they get attracted to that spot more or less. It's like an attention system more or less. So they kind of just decide, oh hey, let's check this place out. They kind of just walk around all the time. And so I was thinking basically that like yeah, that you basically like first person, you directly go up to the object and do something, and then over time, more and more objects do stuff.
Why specifically first person and not third person?
Because
Yeah.
in my experience, first person is a bit easier, especially in regards to handling the interactions.
Also,
Plus, we wouldn't have to model a player character and animate
yeah.
I mean, if it's
But
just
it
a
goes
ghost,
down
it can just float around. It doesn't even have to have animations, really.
Yeah,
The,
I was thinking it could just
the,
float.
the first person thing just kind of makes it go down in my awesome scale, because then you don't
Yeah.
see
Yeah.
that you're a ghost.
I agree. I think that
Same.
they should have like a Luigi's Mansion type camera where it's like based on what room you're in, the camera scales to the room's angle, so you get a
Ah.
good view of everything that can't go wrong.
That seems hard.
Because you should be able to see more than the player should.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a ghost. You got
We could just do
awareness.
isometric, so
I like
Well, I,
Geordie.
li-
I
I
like-
like the first. I like the first person perspective. It just
Same.
kind of it will make the game more frantic, which I feel like is the kind of vibe we should be going for.
Yeah,
I think
well, I
if we
think
can be
it's
more
something
frantic,
that,
we would
like,
just have
you would
more
just-
objects.
Yeah, I was thinking kind of like an Overcooked style where things have got, there's some sort of UI noise sound indication that like a vase is about to throw itself. So you have to quickly get to that room and stop it doing it. So the difficulty and the franticness could be you've got all these like different timers going off. And if the idea
think
is for
that-
the NPC to take a photo of it, even if it is all thrown off, they have to be in the room at the same time. So there's still that element of you can make it.
Yeah.
You can make it
It's
easier by
fine
having
if-
them slower
It's fine
or
if
whatever.
something weird happens in a room where the NPC isn't currently in.
That attracts them.
Yeah.
And then it attracts them away. Like you might even intentionally trigger certain things yourself that attract the NPC away from the room they're in because you know that something's going off in that place or something.
I think with a first person, what ends up happening as part of the challenge is lack of information. Whereas, like, because you can't see everything, like you physically can't see everything. Whereas if you have an overcooked or even like side-on camera, you have constant access to the information. The difficulty is always execution.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I feel like
sort of my main worry with third person was that the nature of the interactions themselves, because in first person you can do stuff
Yeah.
like literally picking up a thing and putting it back on a shelf, while in third person you kind of have to dumb down everything to press and hold a button.
Yeah, I didn't.
We could just, when you do grab an object, the camera angle shifts, maybe?
No.
There's a few games that did that.
With it-
It was a really good example.
Are we all set on our vote positions?
No, first of all, we have to settle on whether this is 2D or 3D. Otherwise, we can't really do the votes.
I mean, it
know that it's 3D, right? We're making 3D.
Yeah,
They
we're
just mean
making
the
3D.
camera.
Yeah.
But is it
Just
isometric or is it third person?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So is that something we need to decide now? If so, let's take a vote.
Exactly, because
Otherwise,
I was thinking it's not really something that we have to decide now.
I feel like I need to know that in
fine.
order to rank it on the scale, though, right?
Okay, so can somebody really quick just make a I don't know if we just need 2 or 3 options where everyone can move their cards.
Which options do we need?
Just move your cursor. You don't need to create a whole
I think
new
we
set
need
of
just first person and third person. Is that correct?
No, there's
three
debates
options.
on.
There's three
debate.
options. There's
First
first person, isometric, with an overview,
Or
and-
Luigi's Mansion, whatever someone suggested Luigi's
Yeah, that's
Mansion.
kind of like
That
the
was
third
me.
person thing, I guess.
So
is it
third person
free or
would be
not?
kind of like this, right?
Miro has a vote thing.
I thought this would be.
Yeah, I like the overcooked perspective.
Yeah,
for
that
sure.
would be
Just
kind of the
just hover
isometric
your
thing.
cursor over the one that you want.
Like this is the overview thing here. The overcooked one is the overview, isometric or not. Like it doesn't really matter. Like it's just the one where you have a full overview.
I'm gonna move
there's
this
one
so
where
it's a
you
little
have
more obvious. Okay, yeah, that works.
Honestly,
Then
I'm
there's
okay
one
with.
where you have a very
What if you're fine with 2 of them?
We could copy our cards if we need to do that.
I mean, if we're first person, we can always add some camera zoom, and then
But
it's
to
third
be
person.
fair, it's already pretty clear what one, right?
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah.
can
I
we
don't
vote
think
based
it
on
matters.
overhead view?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
But it's not as tense, right?
Okay.
It's gonna be less tense and
It
more
can be
strategic.
tense.
But
I mean, for the player, not
I
for
mean,
the
there.
developers.
I mean, there's still plenty of time for implementation details.
Yeah, exactly. That's
40
why I also
hours,
wanted to
plenty
move
of
this on a
time.
little bit because we
Yeah.
might not even choose this idea in the end. So
Right.
Yeah.
But it's important for
Okay.
if we choose the idea, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is important for us to be able to make our vote.
Make sure you choose whole numbers,
I
please.
deleted the screenshot.
Well,
So-
we are. It's just we're kind of cramming our cards all around in the same.
Ollie's not in the call, so he doesn't know that. But that's matchup games is not on the whole number. That's Ollie.
Yeah. And
Macho Boy?
Yuri is not on a whole
Yuri?
number, and Macho Boy is not on a whole number.
I'm
Making
sorry.
my life
Oh, do I
harder,
actually need to be on a whole
SMH.
number?
Yeah, it
doesn't
would be
matter if
nice
your name
because
is
it's
visible.
easier for me to calculate an average if you are.
Oh, okay. I'll just round it to 4.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I'm just gonna take a screenshot and we'll move on to the next thing. Finally. Okay.
Is everything? Wait. One card was actually behind yours, so it seemed.
Okay. There's
sorry,
even one
yours-
more of.
Maybe
Yeah.
everyone just puts their cards so that you can see everyone in
yep.
the screenshot.
Yeah. That would be helpful.
Oh, do I,
All right.
do I need to go back then?
Next idea. No,
No,
we
it's,
don't. We don't.
Yen
Let's
can
make sure
remember
there's
that
room
now.
for the new card.
Guys, make room.
The big one.
Oh no.
No, it's not that one.
Wait.
No, you're not right.
Oh,
No,
no, we're
not
only on number three.
ours one.
Oh, what's
We
happening?
still
Our
have
one.
the second ghost
have the
idea.
other
This one.
haunted
Okay, my bad.
Oh, more haunted houses.
The one where you're the ghost also, but you're trying to scare the kids away.
No,
if
you
that's-
ask. Yeah, you're trying to scare them, but your main motive is not to stay undetected, but to just. You are just scared of kids.
Yeah, you're trying
Yes,
to. You're
that's
trying
What's
to
the
scare
gameplay?
kids
The
away
kids-
by.
Wait, is this in the game jam or real life?
For me, it's also real life, but
So
you
you're
can
trying to
choose.
scare them so that they leave, right?
Maybe you're just a grumpy old man that hates kids.
The kids are trying to
That's
demolate the house and hunt
Can
you
you blame
down
them?
like with baseball bats and whatever.
I
So
don't-
the kids are the mean.
With this one, I'm
entities.
confused about the gameplay. Like, because how are you simultaneously scared of kids, but you're also trying to scare the kids?
You don't
And like,
want
what's
like.
the gameplay
What would
right
you
here?
do if you're in your house and there's people knocking on the door trying to break in and you
Call the
just don't
police?
want them to be there? And you're
That's
a ghost. and
boring.
you can't
Yeah, as a
call the
ghost.
police.
Hey, I'm
You
a
kinda
ghost.
You gotta think
These
like an
kids
American.
are
You don't
kind
call
of
911.
annoying.
Main gameplay is manipulating the environment.
So an NPC walks in, they're not scared yet. You manipulate something in the environment to scare them. I imagine they have to get scared enough before they run out.
Yeah, it's kids. I guess we could have different personalities on what scares them, maybe.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
It's basically the opposite of the other one, right? Like you're trying to
Kinda,
be
yeah.
noticed as opposed
Yeah.
to not be noticed.
What
I
I'd
feel
say
like
is,
the
how
players
does that
ghost
fit
will
the
probably
role?
need some more.
Other
What's
than
the
how does
loose
that fit
state
the
in
role
this one, by
reversal?
the way?
Because we're scared of the kids, and ghosts aren't. Usually, the kids are coming to the haunted house, and they're
I
getting
feel like
scared
we're
of the ghosts.
getting hung up on a lore detail though. I feel like the
No,
fact
no,
that
no,
we're
no,
scared
no,
of
no, no,
ghosts
no,
is
no.
more like a lore detail, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no, yeah. The thing
Or
is
is
though, if the ghost isn't scared of kids, then where's the role reversal?
Because the ghost
like,
is scared of kids.
Being scared
Well,
of the
it's-
kids has no gameplay implication at all.
The role reversal is you're playing the ghost, right? Instead
Yeah.
of playing the kid, because there's so many ghost detective games.
Hmm.
So then we market it like you're going to a haunted house, but really you're controlling things. And maybe the player feels more like they were deceived.
Yeah, I could see a few things that could make this better fit the theme, but that's
Crystal.
not the But that would change it too much, so I can't really.
I mean, we can still change things after deciding on the idea that we take, right?
Yeah, but
That's
But
true,
let's
but we
vote
cannot
based on
bet
what
on
we
that.
have.
we
Yeah,
just gotta
exactly.
stick with the idea as given.
For the
vote.
voting. Yeah,
Yeah.
We can't just make up in our own mind what the idea means right now.
Lefty, I'm curious. Why is this so difficult?
Because it's dynamic.
I thought it was difficult, and then I changed my mind because
Because
somebody
you
said
can-
you're
Give
just
1 second.
controlling the environment. Sorry.
Because you can't keep the lighting. You can't bake anything if you change the environment.
It depends on what you manipulate in the environment, I guess, how far we
Go
go.
on, babe.
Throwing a prop on the ground. Or turning a point light on.
Turning on the gramophone or something.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
could be certain things that
True,
you can
true.
control or not.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be that like you change the entire room layout or something like that. It's probably even better if it's something that is more pointed towards a certain area or spot, because that way you have a failure case in which it's not being seen. If you're literally changing the entire room around, then it's it's not gonna be that exciting for gameplay anyway, because then you have basically a win button, right?
Yeah, fair point. I thought in a bigger scale, so yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we still have some disagreements with how cool we think this idea is. I can start with saying, in my opinion, this feels less like it's fitting with the GMTK theme than the other one,
Why?
because I just don't feel the role reversal in the gameplay as much.
You know, the role reversal is specifically that the ghost is scared, as opposed to the kids are just scared.
Okay,
That's
but,
the
but
role
I feel like
reversal.
then that should be reflected in the gameplay somehow, that you're
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
trying
But
to...
it's known that
maybe-
maybe exist. Now it's just a hunting sport.
It should be a loose condition.
Maybe you
Yeah.
do have to keep in mind that the kids don't see you, because when they see you, you get scared.
We could
maybe a panic meter, and whenever you're near a kid.
The ghost.
So you want to scare them and not get discovered.
Also, another idea, but this would be probably harder programming it, that you're not the ghost, but you're just helping the ghost in sense of doing all kinds of ghost stuff, and the ghost in the meantime is trying to get away from the kids.
So you're one of the kids, and the ghost is your friend, and you're
No-
trying to do
No,
ghostly
you're
things to
just
scare them?
you're just the environment. The ghost is trying to escape from the kids, but you try to help him so so he's not getting scared by the kids.
I think that's I think that's changing the prompt given a bit.
Could we? Sorry, just
complicated.
Yeah, it was just.
We could. Why can't we, like? Because
we're rating the card as given. In the previous one, there was just a misunderstanding where we were unsure about like which perspective the game's taking place. But in this one, it's clearly stated that you're playing as the ghost.
Yeah.
I just
we can't just change that.
Just for the role reversal thing, I was just trying to think that, you know, if we still want that as a separate role reversal, like narratively as well as gameplay wise, if we ended up going for idea 2, the reason that you don't want to get detected is because you're scared of kids. So instead of it being a ghost hunter, it could be kids are coming in, and you don't want them to like discover you. So we could still take that if we wanted to.
I mean, you would just merge the both.
We'll just have to reach that point when we get that. We'll have to burn that bridge when we get there.
Yeah, but I think like as a narrative role reversal, that's good, and then we can at least take some of this idea.
Okay.
Do we want to make this vote, or do we want to just move on?
No, I don't think. I think we should move on, because I don't think this is a vote, because it's clearly stated on the card that you're playing as kids.
Yeah, you are playing on as the
Before, it was just a misunderstanding about which perspective the game would
Well, I
take.
mean, we make the rules, but I'm happy to move on.
Let's
I'm gonna
move
make
on.
a screenshot now, and we'll move on to the next one. And final one. All right, so everybody take your cards off, and the final one. Jeez, I already forgot what this is. What is this? River.
You forgot our
Okay,
idea.
you're
presenting it.
You're playing with coworkers in a warehouse, but you're trying to steal the packages before they get delivered.
Okay.
Yes, Okay, I'm not gonna say anything else.
Is the antagonist thing the role reversal? Like that you're not doing your job, you kind of. Or
Yeah, it's kind of like how you should manage things in like a RTS game, but instead of like being the RTS guy, you're one of the units.
So you're the forklift?
There's like
that sounds like a good idea in a way. I don't know.
I've lost my card.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, it's under there.
Personally, I think this idea is awesome and easy.
Nah. I think it's an alright idea, but I think dealing with the Unity physics engine is an extreme hassle.
I think we should consider that optional as it's written on the card.
Is it written on the optional? Okay.
I'm mostly worried about this being very much a social experience. Because getting people to play multiplayer games in a game.
No, it's single player.
But there's also a whole lot of other stuff like stealing equipment, social deduction. It just seems like there's a whole lot to this idea, and although it's a fun idea, it's very might be very difficult to implement.
It feels like it would still stay somewhat true to the card, even if we end up reducing the idea down a bit, right?
Yeah,
I think
it's definitely single player.
Yeah, it's single player for sure.
Where's the exact role reverse in the theme?
Yeah, I mean, I see the roots kind of, but also not that much.
And that's also where I'm not sure. That's why I didn't put my card down yet, because I was still trying to wrap my head around where the role reversal takes place.
the role reversal is on the concept of like there's like a trope of delivery games where you're trying to deliver a package, and this is like you're trying to make sure a package doesn't get delivered, but also like you're working say as a warehouse manager or a stock person, but you're not supposed to do your job.
So we're
the way we could
sabotaging Amazon fulfillment.
Feels
Yeah,
more
the way
like
we could
feels more
present
like a
this-
rule reversal than a role reversal to me.
Yeah,
but
right.
that's
It's
okay.
like not doing a job. It's like not entirely a role reversal.
So the way we can actually propose that is that we can this is more like an art direction thing where it's like we don't have the camera angle as the manager, but we know how to see it through the eyes of the manager.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the role reversal can come in, is that we can propose it as, oh, you're overseeing this factory, but you're not.
And you have to stop being spotted by cameras or something like that, or
And
like
people.
Maybe from a story perspective, it could be like you were the manager of that warehouse, but an AI took over your job. So now your role is reversed, and now you're just one of the standard workers, and you're pissed off. That's why you're stealing everything.
Oh, so you're trying to
There's
like,
no-
yeah, maybe there's like maybe you're the security guy, and there's a new AI surveillance system and AI robots, and you're trying to make it look like the system doesn't work.
Oh,
so you're
because
stealing
things are getting
everything to get your job back, basically.
Oh, I like that.
I can vibe with that a bit more. I can, I like that gets my card up a little.
Like,
Anyone else we can win over?
really big
We are
fan-
bribing Jan right now.
Hard for $20. Will you increase your vote?
Maybe for this package.
These mechanics are already working.
For $30, will you decrease your?
Are we bidding on votes? Are we bidding on votes? For
We're
$0.
still having a pretty different idea of what the game actually entails.
Yeah, I think that's a big issue.
Because we still have some people who say it's gonna be okay doing it, and some people who say like there's no way we're gonna finish this.
So is it just like picking stuff up and putting stuff down, essentially, in the wrong place?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that, right?
Trying
that
to
you
pick it up,
just
move
go
it,
to
and not get
Knock
caught
stuff
while you're
over?
moving it.
Okay, well that just moves me diagonally.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's kind
Bishop
of
delivery service.
That's fine.
Yeah,
think
we had an
it's
idea
a
What
where
I'm
you.
what I'm thinking about this idea is this is definitely one that presents itself as something that can be kept fairly simple, and it could be a fairly short but juicy experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the setting and general idea, but I'm just not sure about the actual gameplay.
So let's imagine that, and
Mhm.
somebody correct me if this is not what we talked about. But basically, say you're in the warehouse, there's a package that you have there's a package you're being told to steal or something, or there's multiple packages you could try to steal. So you have to get to the package, get the package off the shelf, and then get it into your secret hideout without being detected. Or if you get caught, you might be able to lie about what you were doing or look like you were just delivering the package instead of stealing it. And if you get it to your hideout, then basically you're good, and then you steal another one.
I
So I'm guessing.
Dude, I think there's a lot of scope creep with the hideout and the corruption morality system.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I was thinking is that you kind of you can like perhaps there's some sort of like time limit you're on, and that you have to just get rid of packages in any way, as many packages as you can. So like maybe there's a furnace somewhere, but there's maybe a trash can somewhere. So you kind of have to try and get rid of stuff as much and as fast as possible, while not getting spotted doing it.
I like that idea because that gets rid of the hideout, which simplifies the idea. So that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I'll actually go up one note. I think that could be
I'm
fun.
glad to see that we're a bit more aligned now in terms of the difficulty. That feels very good to me.
Cool. Plus, we can sort of scale our scope up and down by just either coming up with more creative ways of getting rid of packages, or by doing less options of getting rid of packages. So I feel like it's a very scalable idea in that regard.
Is anybody super opposed to changing the objective of the game from stealing for monetary gain to just destroying the packages?
I like that change.
I like that.
Okay, someone in my chat just came up with an interesting idea, and that is that you get rewarded different amounts of points for each package destroyed based on the complexity of based on the method you used. So, for example, a furnace may give you more points than say a trash can does. So you sort of have an incentive to take the more risky options, the more interesting options.
And those different ways to destroy them could be in different parts of the warehouse.
Exactly.
So, like, a different path could be
that's a good one.
I like that. Okay, go ahead.
And so then it's basically also then it also adds lots of replay value because then you're trying to get your score up.
Noram, hire that guy.
We're driving everybody.
Oh, I've made games before with that guy.
There could be some sort of risk-reward system there. I see that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that sort of adds that creates this sort of like emergent gameplay, where you're trying to coordinate. Maybe we have different we have so many different ways we can increase and decrease both the scope and the difficulty and variety. So, for example, we may have bigger packages where you need to like again, if we have extra time, and we could add a forklift that you can use to push big packages or whatever.
That was
there's
my
so
idea.
there's so many different ways we can make this idea interesting and sort of scale it up and down, that I'm actually gonna go all the way up to 5 with this one.
What's the perspective of?
Let's
Could you quickly refresh me?
How's
The perspective here. What camera perspective are we talking about?
That is a very important question. I was about to ask that as well.
I assume third person or top down.
Third person.
I still like the overcooked.
Wait, no, third person, because if you have a top, well, actually, no, you can. Crap.
Based on what people were saying earlier, as the role reversal is you're technically like the plant manager or something like that. I thought we would be doing Overcooked again.
Yeah, that's also what I thought. But I mean, if it's third person, it's just one character. That would be okay, actually.
Yeah, I was thinking that there was only one person as well, so it wouldn't be like the top-down manager position. You would see it from that perspective in the menu or something, so it would show to you, oh, this is the kind of game this would be if the roles weren't reversed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
when you actually
imagine
play the game, you're like,
I feel like the issue here is if we go third person, we're gonna have to animate the player character, and we're
That's
gonna
why
have
you
to
got
do
me.
the NPC. Yeah, I know. But here's the thing: we also have at least obviously NPCs can just all be copy paste, but we still need NPCs as well.
But they can all be robots in this specific setting. Right?
Yeah, but you still need to animate a robot. You still need to model and animate a robot.
But we can go with a stylized art style. They
around.
can have very
Stylized
simple...
doesn't make it easier.
They could have a ball wheel that they
It does
travel
make the
around
animation
on.
easier. I feel like.
We said maximum 2 characters, right?
It'll be fine.
Could we hear from these guys below the line? I'm curious.
I just think
I don't know. This whole thing just kind of sounds like it could get out of hand really quickly in terms of balancing. It just seems like it's going to be a pain to balance properly, because it's a warehouse, so there's going to be tons of packages all over the place, and the issue is figuring out ways to place everything so that the gameplay is fun, and it just seems like it'll take too long to fully balance everything correctly. That's my main concern. And it just doesn't and the whole mechanic just doesn't seem too different from any other delivery game. It's just gameplay wise, it isn't very different from other delivery games that I've seen. It's just the only difference is instead of putting them down like a chute to be delivered or all of that, you're just tossing them into fire pits. It's basically a remodel of the standard package delivery warehouse management game from what I've heard.
I mean,
that's
things as well.
But there is a surveillance aspect or a stealth aspect to it, so that's the only thing I would say to that. But that's totally fair.
I would say that it's different in that again there's a stealth aspect, plus the way you get scored is differently because the difficulty isn't necessarily in just delivering the packages. The difficulty is in doing, more difficult ways or more difficult methods of getting rid of them and trying to, not get caught. I feel like that's the bigger difficulty over actually just bringing the package from point A to point B.
Anyone else beneath this line that wants
think
to talk about it?
It's missing a lot of charm that the other haunted house, the poltergeist one, has. I think it feels like, I don't know. It feels way more just mechanical and not as interesting.
Like atmospherically.
Yeah.
I can see that. I mean, warehouse is not necessarily the most compelling setting, maybe.
That's fair.
I can see that.
From a 3D standpoint, it's maybe like more overviewable because it's a warehouse, right? We could literally grab some real life references. But,
That's true.
Yeah.
What if
That
it
doesn't
was a
necessarily make it
haunted
fun.
house? A haunted
Haunted warehouse. I like that idea.
Are you haunting the warehouse?
Yeah, but yeah.
I mean, it doesn't have to be haunted house themed. It's just.
I mean, just changing the
What?
changing the theme doesn't do. I still kind of just think it's just kind of a boring idea. I mean, yeah, there's stealth, but then it just becomes another stealth
packages are alive and like monsters trying to hunt you.
Anybody else beneath the line?
So my thought is like sort of like on the role reversal theme part, it doesn't feel as strong as some of the other ones. And I could just see like with the AI and everything that you need to do, that it could get sort of like, it seems like there's a lot of different ideas. I'm sort of basing it on, everyone has these other ideas with it, but I just based it on the prompt, and it seems like there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think like the scope could get out of hand. Like it's just in general with all of these, it's hard to really know what the scope is.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we hear from the top people here as well, maybe?
Wow.
So the reason I like the idea is because I can definitely see the gameplay very, very clearly, and it feels very fun to me to sort of, go around trying to destroy or like get rid of as many packages as possible. And I feel like the scope is very manageable, so it's something I think we could realistically finish. And like I get the idea, like I get the point of it potentially being boring setting-wise, but I think we can make a warehouse setting interesting if we sort of take it a bit to the ridiculous, like think games like Don't Get the Job.
Hey.
So that ridiculousness.
I do have kind of an idea where all the workers kind of have to fix stuff that goes wrong in that haunted house, right? So like the lights go off and they have to go to a specific room to fix it, and in that time you kind of have to throw away these packages, and you have the problem that these workers can see you, and if they see you trying to get rid of the packages, it's game over.
I feel like if we go too far from these initial ideas, then we're gonna run into vision keeping problems where we're talking about entirely different things.
Just the original idea was just there could be surveillance, hiding, and unique packages.
Okay, we talked about it. Should we just cast the vote then?
If I could
jump
in really quick.
I don't think I'm gonna change my standing that much. I'm sticking down here.
Yeah.
I don't
So
want
we're
to
not
change
going
anyone's
haunted
standing.
warehouse, right?
No.
We're not doing haunted warehouse.
The haunted warehouse idea. Someone in my chat just put out another thing to that, and that is that you play as the dead manager and you possess the packages. So you're playing as the package.
Can we stick to the card?
Okay.
Otherwise, we're gonna have management. What Jonas
It just
said.
looks
stick
on
to
it.
the
It's
card.
very poorly managed.
Stick to the card is what I've been
Sticking
saying.
to the card, I think we have 23 people. So yes, there's a lot of ideas on the card. However, if we look at how it would get divided up, I think this card really has an opportunity for everybody to shine and put some serious stuff into each element. And I don't think that each element needs to have a lot of depth. It's a game jam. It's going to be a quick game. But I think that there's an opportunity that makes the scope not as scary as it sounds because of the team size. And I think some of these features could be fairly isolated or modular from each other. So that's part of why I'm up here. Also, this is our team's idea, so don't listen to me.
I see what you're doing.
Without knowing what we will settle on, I think I will still stick to my 2-2.
I have another question.
Yeah.
Is the entire connection to the theme gonna be transmitted through a like lore dump at the start of the game, where it's like you used to be the manager and now your job got taken by AI? I don't feel like.
Yeah, I don't think that fits.
I don't think the connection to the theme is super strong.
Yeah.
Unless there's something I'm missing.
So what we thought was that the stealth mechanic helps to reinforce that because it's not literally exactly the same as a delivery game, but that's fair.
Yeah.
why?
I don't think but the stealth mechanic, besides the stealth mechanic, the only thing that's making this fit the theme is the story that you were a manager at some point, and that's the problem. The stealth mechanic is the only thing that's hinging this game.
Well, it's also that you're
vaguely be
destroying the
associated with
packages.
yeah,
are we
but
ready
as
to
I
vote?
stated before, that gameplay-wise, it's basically just a reskin of a standard.
Well, not
anime.
really.
I mean, the stealth mechanic is also the main mechanic, so like, yeah.
The fail state isn't not destroying packages. The fail state is getting caught.
Exactly.
Okay, we're getting caught in an infinite loop. We gotta.
Yeah, we need to
just
just decide.
Everyone, just put your cards down, move them down, move them up, preferably down. I mean, what?
Controversial.
Vote. Voting time. Oh my god, which game is it gonna be?
Yeah.
Wait,
Cast your
there
votes
we go.
and
This
leave
one's
your
wild.
cards
There we go.
because
There we
I'm
go.
still calculating the previous one, but I'll be ready soon to calculate.
Okay.
Everyone, take.
Are we just making like a single number?
There.
from
I
both?
think everyone's done moving their vote.
Yeah, just
so-
always be on a cross, that's for sure, because otherwise I will have to interpret what you actually mean.
Okay, you got the screenshot, Jan?
Don't move your cards away. I won't take a screenshot. Just keep your cards there. The games are going to be placed, and I've already placed some on the graph next door, so you can keep it here.
But can you actually post the screenshots? Because I feel like the spread on some of these axes could potentially be interesting as well.
Yeah, sure. If you want to have that, I will do that and post it in the making of channel. But for now, I really need to calculate the rest so that we can move on.
Okay.
Coffee break.
It seems like
a little coffee break, exactly.
It seems like for the cards so far, it's pretty much even split on how easy or hard they are. And it's really a question.
Which is very interesting. I was expecting more variety in that axis, in all honesty.
Well, if everybody's considering from their own discipline, it could be that.
Actually, the last one is also going to be in the same area.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it is.
It really is.
Actually, it might. I mean, considering the split, it might actually lean
It's
only
harder.
a smidgen towards
the right.
Oh.
Maybe.
Yeah, but only just. It's kind of. I am curious on where that one's going to end up.
I mean, like, it already looks like this one is gonna win.
So we have like the 3.1, but I don't have the difficulty yet. So
Right. All right, calculate the
Question.
We'll see.
Can it?
Ask.
Okay. I didn't know if anyone heard me because I said it like 4 times. Are we just going by empiricism and going the one that is the most right and far right and far up is the one we choose, or are we voting?
This is the voting process has been this. So
Okay.
It's both yes to both.
Yeah.
Anxiety is
Unless
killing
it's
me.
really close in that case.
In that case, Jonas decides no.
In that case,
There's some really strong opinions. I wouldn't be opposed to a fast vote between the top 2. Just like pick one, not rate it on easy, awesome, but just pick one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's
Yeah, I think that
basically super
makes
close.
presentation started. What? What's the presentation?
I think somebody accidentally clicked a button.
Okay, there is a winner, but can we just vote on both, or is it? I mean, it's so super close.
This is like.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that what it is?
I feel like we should probably do a tiebreaker simply because
Yeah,
the
'cause,
spread
like,
on the
those are-
last
those
one
are
was
so-
quite
those are so
quite large.
close.
All right, 1v1 Rust.
All right. So do we use notes or just our cursors?
Let's do cursors, I guess.
Cursors.
Okay.
All right.
We're kind
All
of
right,
slow
cursors.
on our schedule.
Again, I just feel like Steel Delivery is gonna be more fun gameplay wise, and I feel like being more fun and being easier to produce goes over sticking to the theme as closely, because theme is only one rating category, while being
yeah, but
able
I
to
think
finish
the-
and
I think
polish
the-
it and being fun. Is
I
more
think the
important.
ghost mechanics more fun. I can't.
I don't see.
I think as well we've
I feel like it's
the ghost.
Oh my gosh.
The-
That's individual interpretation.
But
We
the
spent
delivery thing
ages
could have
arguing
robots in it.
about.
It was like a bad
we like
move that Matt
robots,
Brown
don't we?
gave an example of this because I feel this haunted,
What are you
haunted ghost
doing?
reverse.
For the delivery one, we spent a while debating it and never actually came.
My wife is gonna vote for me on the last one. We spent a while debating both.
Okay,
Yeah.
listen. How many horror games are there on like Game Jam? Like,
that is true. There are.
Yeah,
a lot.
like
there's
too
gonna
many.
be so many. There's gonna be so many reverse
We
horror
got our
games.
tiebreaker. Look at chat.
Does it matter? I can't look in chat. I don't want to move my cursor off the haunted house thing.
Oh,
Okay,
don't look
I'm in
in chat. Don't look
general
in
on my
chat.
second monitor. I'm seeing
no,
someone
don't-
saying my
don't read
personal
it.
favorite is Steel Delivery. I think that's a vote in our favor.
Plus, yeah, someone
there's
in my
robots.
chat here says that from a player's
No, sorry,
perspective,
let's
I'd enjoy
maybe-
the delivery one more.
No, let's
I
actually
feel like
vote
delivery's just gonna be more fun,
you-
honestly.
No, I don't.
It's
I
so
also
repetitive
really
and
don't
it's
want to
annoying.
code a delivery system. That doesn't sound fun to program.
Well, it's literally just put box in thing. It's
No,
Hey, who
it
wants
does
$20 to change their vote?
It's that easy,
haunted
Mr.
house.
Superman.
I
With the
want an
haunted
Amazon
house, I get to
simulator.
program
Stop.
cool things.
I don't know what's going on
Another
anymore.
person in my chat says
Can we just
delivery.
do the
People
vote?
like the delivery.
Yeah, but that's only.
3 people have
That's
said they want delivery.
Okay, I think we're landing on the haunted house from
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
covers here.
I feel like that's gonna be a big mistake, both production-wise and fun-wise.
I think the delivery concept's boring. It's just a stealth
How is
game.
it
I'm sick
boring?
of stealth game.
Okay,
hold
stop.
up.
Stealth game too.
I think remember the idea is just the starting point. I feel like
You know,
the game can
they're
still
both- Yeah,
but
develop in a lot of different directions.
Yeah, you're
from here.
right. Sorry. Things have gotten heated. Things got too heated. You're right.
Heated gamer moments. On
They're
Rust.
both
Yeah, I don't
stealth
know,
games,
I
though.
feel like we have 2 diverging tastes in games.
True.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to work that out.
Move that
It's not
post
Now we're not-
note.
wanna do or what
Hello,
used
we're
to
not
doing,
gonna have
but
to
what we
work
can
that
do.
out. It was obvious from the beginning that we would not unanimously agree on one idea, so we'll just have to go with a democratic vote, and everybody who does not get their favorite idea, which by the way I'm kind of part of that group, that's fine. We'll make the best of it, and we'll crush it either way. Because we're the biggest game jam team.
I'm worried about the haunted house being impossible to produce at this point. I came up with the idea, and the more I think about the idea, I'm realizing that I don't think we're gonna. I don't know if we'll make it.
But then we're gonna scale it down.
I don't
Man
know,
votes
how can
against
we-
his own idea.
Okay, sure. I mean,
You
we
can
can
start
try.
with one
but-
room as a proof of concept.
Hey, they're
and then
posting notes
expand.
bigger than mine.
Or have the votes changed? Are the votes moving? Oh my god, I'm confused.
Everyone just vote. Like,
I'm
can
locked
everyone go
in.
to one?
Let's
I
just
don't-
actually practice the votes channel in Discord and everybody
Alright.
votes on that
Okay.
because
Okay.
Ollie says
Right. Yeah, that's
Steel
fair.
Delivery.
All right. Where's the
Yeah,
vote
let me-
channel?
I'm gonna make one. Don't you worry, I'll make one.
Vote post in voting.
Who should have done the vote posting?
In the
They're mine.
voting forum.
Bond, you have the right opinions. Thank you for being
I
my
do.
friend.
Problem.
Yeah, I elected to give my vote to my wife. She knows nothing except for like a 1-sentence summary of each idea, and she wants the haunted house. But I think she liked them both.
Yeah.
I love the vibe. The ghost would be
You know,
cute to
my
make.
my my big concern with
Um,
haunted house is that I don't think it's as scalable of an
I
idea.
can't. Where's the votes? I don't see it in the votes thread.
I am not ready. Just give me a moment, okay? Please.
No, do it now.
Yeah, and we're dying here.
Yeah.
The
I got
indecision's
two votes.
killing me.
Final
die
chance to
with-
bribe the other party.
Hey, that's our mechanic.
Put $20 up, see who grabs it.
Look, how's it really been 2 hours?
Could you maybe express
Oh
once more
my.
what the reversal of the role is in both of these ideas? Like how it fits to the theme?
We can also work on that after we decide what it
Guys,
is.
it's 5 a.m. Can we just please choose something?
5 a.m.
All
for
right,
him.
all right, it's up.
All right.
I'm gonna vote on
where is
both.
it?
Give me a moment. It's not ready yet. One
Oh my
moment.
god, Jan, why is it taking so long?
It has to be perfect.
Because your
when Jan
expectations
is,
are too high.
when Jan is doing something, it
You
has
make
to
a
be
voting system.
perfect.
Oh.
Oh, maybe I should vote for both.
Oh my
One
god.
for my wife, one for
We're
me.
back. We're so back. We're so back.
Where's Wait.
I really just want to tie it
I
just
have
for
to-
the chaos.
Yeah, I know.
No, it's a tie,
Oh
tie,
God.
tie.
Oh my god.
No.
No. No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Where is it? Where is it?
Oh,
You have
guys
to
are-
reload the page, kind of.
You have to
Where's?
reload.
Oh, there it is.
Go. Woo!
I'm kind of changing my mind a little.
Oh man.
Only 17
Literally-
people voted yet. 18. There's
Yeah.
still some votes left. Go.
Wait,
Go.
If they
Where is
tie,
it?
we have to combine the ideas.
Still not everyone voted yet.
Haunted warehouse.
Haunted warehouse.
Haunted
Did
warehouse.
everybody?
No, not everyone voted yet.
But did everybody find
Where
the
are you
channel?
guys?
Oh, wait,
Are
yep,
people
found it.
lost?
But some people are not.
I think
Kaspar
everyone
is
is.
not here, Jan. Like,
Oh.
no, Kaspar was still in the public transport.
Yeah, I know Kaspar's not here. But I think now everybody.
So anxiety in 2 seconds.
I'm so sad.
My
50-50 on this. This is so...
my
I don't know.
my
Are we
chat
on
my
purpose
chat
doing this?
says everyone in my chat says delivery.
Well, yeah, they're your chat. They're gonna be.
Well, no.
biased.
They
No,
don't care.
that's
Because it's a
cheating.
good idea.
That's
You
cheating.
don't know my chat. My chat made
Okay.
me drink 3 liters of water once.
Honestly, I want to point
They
out
hate
we
me.
were on delivery and talking about it for so long where it was possibly just more discussed and the haunted house
Yeah.
would have
Yeah.
had like
Yeah,
other
there was
things
less
going for it too
confusion
if
about
we
the
discussed
haunted
it that
house.
long.
Because it sounds
Well,
cool.
Biased,
But
kind of.
I'll admit that the haunted house is more topical to the theme, but I just think delivery is gonna be way more fun to play.
I would be totally open to
I think
Haunted
all
Warehouse,
of them
really.
could be as fun.
I would also be open to
We
haunted
had-
warehouse.
I would
Controlling the
also be open to
packages
We
Haunted
sounds
have
kind
the
of fun.
main idea, but we don't
It's
have
just-
all of
it's
the
just
gameplay
I've
ideas,
seen-
so we can
it's just-
make both work.
It's just with the ghost house, I can see where that's going. I can see where the ghost house concept's going. I can see the gameplay. But with the warehouse, all I see is just another stealth game where you move one thing to another location, and that just sounds boring. It's
Well, it's not
not.
about
Honestly,
moving
because
things.
you make
hold
it
up, hold
sound
up.
boring.
Yeah, you make it. You
Well,
kind of make it. Like if I put it in the way, you're a malicious actor trying to destroy packages in incredibly cool ways while trying not to get caught, then it sounds a lot more awesome, I think.
It still sounds the same.
It still sucks.
I don't see it.
It doesn't suck at all.
Is
I just-
everyone like
Comparing it
officially
to the-
done voting? Because
Well,
like,
let's see. We have 23 votes, and I don't know how
because
big this
right
server
now
is, but-
the ghost house wins.
Okay,
Ghost
I'll put up a timer. 8,
10.
7.
I think the ghost one was the less
Nice.
controversial idea.
Who wants $20?
I would like $20.
1.
0.
I'll take
Come
a
on,
screenshot
zero,
for
zero.
evidence.
Zero.
Overtime.
Thanks.
All right, warehouse team, we're leaving this team. Just kidding.
Oh.
Okay, we're only a team of 13 people now.
Yeah,
I see.
No.
We just break off and form our own team.
The other
Yeah,
team will make their own game.
Game team.
Okay,
That was
well,
so close.
The great
Um,
divide.
GMTK.
everybody, I think we have decided on a game idea. We're gonna do the haunted house. Don't get caught by the ghost hunters.
So this is
Um,
the you have to stop them from catching, not the you're scared of them too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're not. Or maybe
This
you're
is- this
scared. I don't know. Like
no,
that's
this-
writing stuff, but
That's
you're
writing stuff.
yeah.
What
You
speaks
are
against merging them?
get Or not, you're trying to make sure that they don't prove that there's hauntedness going on.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Mm.
So what I will do now is I will go to the backlog here and we'll try to create some tasks all together. Like people can create tasks for
there's gonna be a
themselves
lot of tasks for this one.
or for their own role, but kind of try to have like an overview of what you need and do it in the backlog on top first. So
I want to do the AI for the mansion because that's what I've been really been
you
looking
can copy these notes and like write down whatever. And I think it would be really helpful if the main system design people, and I think that's right now just Jonas who's there. But maybe you can kind of team up with Harky. I don't know. Bonico is pretty late, probably, right?
I'm going
It's
to
like
sleep.
6 a.m.
It's 5 a.m.
Yeah,
sleep
exactly.
instantly after
Bonico, thank you for your service so far.
Hey, Vaughn, what if I told you I'm going to boot up Euro Truck Sim? Would you stay up late then?
But it would be good if maybe Jonas and Harky go to the design chat to kind of make some design decisions and make it a bit more concrete.
Yeah, me and the art team are also gonna have to go in the channel and like discuss the concrete style of the game.
Can we like do a breakout for like 30 minutes or something and then come back and go like, okay, we have things.
Yeah, like the programming team can talk and all of that.
No, that's
would
fine.
Be nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna try to sort of manage the tasks and see who needs to do what and so on. But everyone can go into their own sub teams, I think.
I think it would be nice if we take 5 more minutes to split up into sub teams, and then we can discuss in the sub teams how we want to continue from there.
Specifically, like sub teams based off of role, or just the sub teams from earlier. All right.
No, based on role.
All right.
I will jump in if Goody, you have time. I'll jump into audio since I'll be working with them.
Yeah, I'll probably have to go for a minute or two before we can discuss, but
let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'll go to.
I have a question. Maybe I'm the minority here, but I don't know if I fully understand the scope in order to discuss it with my group.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
That is why the game design team has to get on that ASAP and hopefully define it a
Come on, guys!
Come on, go!
Programmers, let's
yeah, okay, all right, let's go to tech.
Sub teams assemble.
Sub teams assemble.
Okay, art department, follow me.
So we can Rug is alone.
Yeah, he's just by
himself.
Wow,
okay, I think that's okay. Maybe Rug's implementing visuals.
It was so hard to get here. It was so difficult.
It's been 2 hours. So if we don't know the exact direction, I think what we need to do is come up with the questions that we need answered so that we can get going.
Mostly just like how, like just a general. Because I'm mostly just thinking of the mansion AI. Because like, which I don't think would be that hard. I think mostly they would just need a system to just trigger things at certain points.
It sounds like just animations playing, and then like there's a certain set of objects that can play, and we need some.
And we need a script we need a system to determine how they play, like when they decide that. I was just the reason I mentioned Five Nights at Freddy's earlier was because I think that system would work well for a game like this, like frantically checking and all of that. Because Five Nights at Freddy's system is just every single AI quote has just a number, and then every few seconds or every quote event, it just checks a basic random number. And I think that's all we need for the haunted house events. I don't think we need a complex system.
So
something to...
and we can give the designers tools to balance it. So like
exactly.
For the AI side, let's say in theory this could work for them, that there are different objects and animations that can get triggered randomly, and then there's also you can either, I'm assuming it sounds like we'll need to either undo
what happened, be able to undo it, and to also trigger things ourselves. So like if a character is about to enter a room, you could trigger something behind them so they don't enter that room and see a ghost, something like that.
Yeah, well, that's why I mentioned Five Nights at Freddy's specifically, because that game has AI levels which could be used to adjust the balance or difficulty. And you could even use animation curves to make those, quote, AI levels change throughout the night.
It sounds like
the gameplay.
I don't think we need difficulty. It sounds like we were going for something that's generally easy, but if we wanted to do that, it could be the frequency of the events and how close the events can happen to a player.
Yeah,
and how many can happen at once, or
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you hoping for us to accomplish now?
I am trying to make some basic tasks for elements of the game that are certainly going to need to be done by some programmers.
Okay, makes sense.
And please join me in this and look at what cards are already there, I suppose, and try to figure out what other things could we really need, and then we're going to try to prioritize the stuff and put it into like people's slots, I guess.
You guys already.
And be as small and specific with the tasks as you can, I guess. Like without saying like write code line number 30.
But I wanted 31.
Don't write epics, write tasks right now. That's kind of the idea.
A lot of the UI decisions depend on the gameplay, so I think I'll have to wait for that to get like decided on before I can come up with any UI tasks other than the main menu and credits and stuff.
Main menu settings, credits.
Yeah.
For sure.
Right. I can just get started on those early, I guess.
Yep. And if we assume that there's that it's 3D, it's overhead, and objects can be interacted with.
I like that idea that someone said with Luigi's Mansion, where like the camera, depending on which room, you can enter rooms. Like.
But I think we voted overhead, right?
Oh right.
So there could in theory be like interaction highlights. I don't know if that's UI, but like there needs to be some response when you've hovered over something that you can interact with, because it sounds like this could be point and click.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah, we haven't really settled on
if we'd go in
well,
the...
I mean, I guess that's for the game designers. Isn't that what they're doing? Figuring out like if it's point or click or how exactly.
Well, I was thinking the overcooked route is I know we decided the overcooked art style, but if it's that kind of implementation, you're going to have a character controller top down. You go up to an item that's about to tip or slam or play or whatever. And you press the interact key, so E is probably the most usual one, and then you stop that. So there's going to be some sort of UI implementation, like a countdown timer, because the player's going to need to know what's about to tip and how long they've got to get to it. So there'll be like some sort of stopwatch kind of icon above the vase or whatever.
Or I mean it.
So it won't be point and click. You will be controlling a character, but in sort of Overcooked style, where you go, you run up to it and press E or hold a button or whatever.
That kind of stuff would make. I feel like that would make a lot more sense if like the vase just starts rattling and then you have to figure out what's gonna fall next and stop before it falls.
Yeah, instead of like a UI, you actually
having like timers on stuff can be kind of. I don't know. It takes you out of it a little.
Yeah, I like that. It's a bit more immersive. You could hear someone mention, I don't know who it was, but someone mentioned about a gramophone. So I guess you start to see the disc spin and
so you have to kind of be paying attention.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Otherwise, it just say that we can add cards that we're not 100% sure we're going to need to do.
Yeah, sure. But I guess like don't put it in your work.
For sure.
Like, but you can have anything in the backlog. Just check that the card is not already there.
Is anyone?
Oh, I forgot about settings.
Wait, quick question. Does that mean that each item is gonna have like a state that it's at, like in the sense of it's just starting to rattle and then it gets progressively worse, or is that not what we're?
There'll be
yeah,
an-
I suppose there will be some kind of feedback. So an item can just be there and stood there and not be activated. Then it can be in kind of like a warning state, like watch it, I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna do something, and then it can be either in a new state where it's doing the thing, or it's adding some points or something over time and doing the thing more and more. So that's open for discussion, but I guess it will have those states, and then it's going to be finished with doing the thing, and either that state is reversed to like the beginning where it's finished, or it's irreversible because it's like a vase being thrown down or something, and then I guess maybe you have to clean up the mess of it afterwards or something like that. There could be some
And
items
before
that
they come and take a
are
picture.
only once. Yeah, exactly.
So wait, do you lose when you are being when someone takes a picture of you, or
We don't know.
Yeah. So we don't really know if you yourself can also be taken a picture of. Possibly. Possibly, like when you're tampering with things, you might be visible or something like that, and invisible otherwise. But that's currently open still. But if someone is taking a picture of something going crazy, like a vase falling over on its own, or the piano starts frantically playing notes or something like that, like just giving some examples here.
We can assume that we need to track when they catch evidence or when they observe something, and I guess that would be two different things.
Yeah,
maybe those points
observing-
could count against you.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can do more or less well, I would say. And at some point they just leave, I would say. But that's still a little bit open for how the lose and win conditions work. I have written those questions in the Game Design General channel, and if you come up with questions that you want to have answered, write it in the Game Design General channel, and
I
RP and Sean, if you want to listen to it.
I suppose a ghost hunter, they would come and spend an evening at a mansion, so it's kind of by daybreak they've either proved that ghosts exist or they haven't. So that's how I'd picture a lose condition.
Would that be based on like a timer then? Or?
I guess so. Yeah, we'll have to like in game.
I think it would be like
an in-game
a
gaze,
timer.
12 minutes and each minute is represents an hour, kind of like a
Could also
Stardew
be
Valley
sort
type
of-
thing.
Like it could be a timer, but it could also be sort of like an excitement meter. So if they don't notice something at all, like nothing happens, then their excitement eventually just wears off and they get
just leave.
disinterested.
Or they
And
might tell us
the more
that it's
they
endless.
notice something, the more they notice something, the more excited they are going to stay, and the longer they are going to stay around. So that could be a system as well.
And hey, you could even, that could be a way for a player to decide their own difficulty. If they want to let things go on, they could keep the game going longer and get a better score.
Yeah. So I've assigned myself the interaction script tasks because I've done that recently in interaction.
okay.
So if that's all right, because we're going to need it'll be two inputs. It'll be a button
Hold
to
on,
either stop or
actually,
progress an
there was
event.
Okay, it sounds fine to me.
Yeah, this is. What does exactly the random objects events one in? Oh, the AI itself. Okay, I've already wanted to handle that one. That's what I meant. Someone else can handle the code to decide when they activate. I just want to handle the code that actually makes it. That actually for each item individually. That's what I want to handle.
Right. Yeah.
Because I want to keep it abstract enough to where like we could have items that just play an animation or items that turn into physics objects and stuff, and I want to make sure we have options available to us, or a pickup one, like what we were saying earlier, like you have to pick up a vase to move to, or whatever it was. I forgot exactly what that one was. Just want to keep it open.
Yeah, we need some just public methods or events that the game designers
Yeah.
can tie into where there's
Yeah.
like a pre-event the actual
Yeah,
event of it falling and a post event of whatever that is, and then
I mean,
as the player, you can either send it back from the pre-event to like, you know, static, or progress it forward to make it tip or play or whatever.
Is anyone still unsure what they're gonna do?
Well, I guess the timer / excitement meter, but obviously that depends on what the game designers will be choosing, right? So otherwise, I wouldn't quite know. But if they do pick something like that, I'd be down to do that.
Okay. Yeah, maybe you can just. We don't have to hang on top of each other all the time as programmers. So maybe you can just go and go to the people you'll most likely need to interact with, to ask questions, or to work together, and then ask for whatever kind of questions you need answered. So I guess for River that would mean to give some company to Goody, maybe.
Yes. Yeah, I was just
And,
gonna say I'm gonna hop over.
For Rock, that would mean to go over to the art chat, and for if you have any questions for design team, then jump over there. And otherwise, just if you're clear on what you need to do and can just get started already, then just get started here. And
Did
we'll see.
this probably might have already been answered. Have we decided which input system we're using? Was that a vote?
I think we're using the old one.
We were saying the old one. Yeah.
Old. Okay. Yeah.
Are we using a namespace?
It's less to set up.
Yeah.
Are we using a namespace? I don't. Do we need one? Do we care?
I don't think we need
48
one, 'cause all
hours.
the packages we have are in namespaces.
Yeah, let's not do that additional overhead. Oh, hi! Actually,
Hi.
the designers are coming to us. That's so nice. Well, then I can leave and go to the art team. Yeah.
Okay. We wanted to.
Sorry, Jonas. Can I just
sorry.
quickly-
Sorry.
I was just gonna say that I've got to go for a bit, but I'll be back in like an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Take care.
Hmm.
We wanted to run some ideas by you to see what you think.
Alright.
Can you check the Miro board? There's a game design area in the top right.
Top right. Okay.
I see it.
All right.
Oh wow.
Perfect.
Okay.
So the red thing is our little ghost character here, and here we have a ghost hunter coming in through some sort of entrance. So we felt like what makes this interesting is sort of the time management aspect of it, right? So there are several objects around the house that are kind of sounding an alarm. Ooh, I'm doing something scary, stop me, blue, blue, blue.
Yeah.
And you have to get to them. So that's why we think movement seems like an important part of this game. Well, right? The main mechanic is you're gonna be moving around and stopping things from doing stuff.
Yeah.
So our idea was, how do we make movement fun? And here's one idea we came up with, and we just wanted to hear what you think about it. What if you have these scary objects scattered all around the house? So these are the objects that can magically start doing things, and there are two ways you can interact with them. You can either stop them from doing scary stuff, or you can teleport towards them. And we would probably have to limit that teleport ability somehow, either with a mana system or cooldown. Or maybe there's even some sort of trade-off we can do where if you use an object to teleport there, then the likelihood that that object's gonna do something scary goes up or something
Yeah,
like
I was
that.
just
Oh,
thinking
what if
that.
it like you teleport to something and it does do something scary, but you
Yeah,
can teleport to something out of you to get closer to something else?
I think
Yeah,
that
maybe-
sounds
maybe
quite
that's
good.
the-
That's a good.
Yeah.
Ooh, right. Like if you teleport to something, then it activates immediately because
Yeah.
of how scary it is, or something.
That's a
how-
very good idea. Mhm.
But
like
yeah, because you'll control
gotta, like-
the trade. There's a trade-off there, isn't there? You get where you're going faster, but you're gonna perk up the ghost hunters whatever meter we decide on.
Yeah. That's very interesting, because that way you can also kind of actively decide to activate objects to
Yeah.
lure
And-
them in a specific direction. That feels
Yeah.
like a very good multi-purpose
Like,
mechanic. Yeah.
also,
like
I was kind of thinking of like the piano from Mario 64. That could be a pretty big one. You know that piano that opens up and starts chomping like crazy? That could be a pretty good distraction. Or better yet, you could fire other things to distract them from that one, because I'm imagining that would be a pretty long-going event, and you would need to break vases or do other stuff to distract them from that big mess while you go and take care of the piano and that sort of thing.
I'm gonna jump in with Goody.
But
Right, thanks guys.
All right.
Have we settled on ghost hunters instead of just like kids exploring a haunted house?
But Ghost Hunters was what the original. You're thinking of the other one.
I know, but we were considering combining that aspect.
I think Ghost
I feel like we'll leave that up to the art team. I actually, from a gameplay perspective, I don't really care who's exploring the house.
Well, I was thinking, do you know, so ghost hunters, they'll have devices to detect your presence.
Oh,
so that will
that's
tie into
true.
the meters. They'll have like a device that's scanning for you, and it'll be making like noises and beeps, and it'll be a lot more interesting as opposed to kids just. They're not trying to find you, are they? I don't know.
They're just trying to get. They're trying
investigating.
They're trying to get epic images for their TikToks, obviously.
Oh, I didn't. I was imagining like free TikTok, hopefully.
Yeah,
I know they'll be doing that.
Polaroids.
That TikTok Fortnite dance.
Oh no.
Well, it doesn't have to be TikTok specifically. It just in general, if it was kids, I would just imagine they'd be trying to take funny pictures of crazy stuff to brag about it on their whatever, depending on when this game ends up taking place.
All right, but if that general idea sounds cool to you, then let's roll with that, and we'll hop.
Can we write it down?
Yes, that is. I would say that is our job. We'll write it down for you, and we'll make it as specific as possible. We'll break it down into objects and hopefully lay out what all of the objects need to do and so on.
Wait, then another question. Oh, sorry, you go first.
I'm just noticing I'm having a hard time following since everyone has all these other ideas. I don't know what the final thing we're deciding on. I'm cool with whatever. Just I just want to make sure I don't implement something that is like.
Yeah. That's a fair point. We already knew that vision keeping would be kind of a tricky part.
Yeah.
And I guess we're still in that early phase where we are trying to write some stuff together and maybe get some concept art to get everybody on the same page. So I would ask for a little bit of patience there, and hopefully we'll get that working.
Yep.
Awesome.
And then my question is, what is your idea of the win state or lose states? How does that look? Because we talked about it, but
I feel like as we're making a game jam game, and we probably want to have it finishable and somewhat easy, I would say there's maybe one or two ghost hunters. They go a specific path through the house, or maybe you can also direct where they go, and then when they leave, you won.
Programmers earlier we were discussing the idea of a excitement system where where that's like how you win, is you just get them to leave by keeping the mansion relatively boring. But we were also saying that could feed back into the player could, like, if the player wants to keep playing the game and get a higher score, they could keep intentionally setting things off. So people can just play through the game easily, but they can also replay it and try to keep them there longer to get a better score. And that would also give us replay value, which I think is great for any game.
Yeah, so that you could kind of also visualize that with like an excitement meter.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing, an excitement meter and that pretty much you could just add time by making a ruckus, but not too much of a ruckus. But
that's cool.
Yeah, and then just most people would just play through it, know that the goal is to keep the excitement meter down, and then just play through the game easy. And if they want it to be harder, then they'll keep rising the excitement meter back up.
I think we can also, it's quite scalable in terms of, from a design perspective, that, you know, we've got stuff can take less time before it becomes like a scare event and falls, or you can have more stuff going off at once. So it's scalable difficulty wise that way. So you could also have difficulty, you know, like an easy, medium, hard if we wanted to kind of have that.
Well, I was thinking the longer
for a jam game, I don't know.
Yeah, I was just thinking the longer the night goes on, the more crazy it gets. But
yeah,
But like you would only reach the crazy parts if you decide to purposely extend the night. Like for most people playing the game would be relatively easy, but then they could replay it and keep the night going on and then experience the more difficult stuff.
So
You
you
might
could
not
maybe
understand
then
that
catch
concept.
their attention by yourself instead of always having to interact with the environment.
I mean,
So that's-
Jonas was talking about teleporting to stuff and that we were talking about teleporting to stuff and causing it to activate. So I was just thinking, if you keep them there longer, then the game might get harder than it normally would.
What about
Yeah, makes
if?
sense.
Yeah, well, so my initial kind of thought, and again, I'll defer if needed, is that you, like I said earlier, the ghost hunters, they'll arrive at twilight and they'll leave at dawn because that's the sort of spooky hours overnight. And as you said, as the night goes on, stuff gets more difficult. Like more stuff starts to go off. So that I don't know if that should just be the win state, not this like keeping them around. You just have to get through the night without getting caught.
I would say
I like that.
And
I like that a lot.
by the time you get
wasn't-
to the end, that's where the difficulty lies. So the score necessarily is how long, like, can you survive through to the night? Some people won't be able to, some will.
Well, with my idea, I wasn't stating that the goal was to keep them there. I was saying that the goal is to get them to leave, but if you decide to keep them there longer, you could get a higher score.
Yeah, but that's putting. I feel like that's putting it onto
Can
the.
I say something real quick?
Yeah, go on.
My personal gut feeling would be that as we are such a large team, we have a little bit of a tendency to feature creep here and to add new meters and to extend things where basically I feel like what we maybe should be doing is keeping things simple and especially trying to make sure that it's easy to understand, because I think one of the worst cases would be if we spend a lot of time implementing all of these complex systems and then players are like, what are all of these meters? I don't get it.
Yeah.
So I feel like let's try to keep it as simple as possible, and then if we have time in the end, then maybe we can think about how we
fair.
can create some replayability.
So out of what we've all just discussed, then what do you think is like a deciding vote? What do you think is simple? Like
I see your point with the time, with the dawn to dusk. I see your time.
I feel like we should not. I feel like we should not have conflicting objectives. Like if you have the objective to make them leave, but you also have the objective to make them stay. I feel like that's an unintuitive thing to communicate. To be honest,
I was also thinking about it more from the perspective you want them to leave, and the faster you get them to leave, the better.
Yeah, that can
but
also.
the environment works against you.
Yeah,
and
that's
they
true.
can still have that meter. But basically
Right.
their meter
Yeah, it
gets
could be
raised a little bit whenever they suspect something, and if you really play very well, then you get their meter to just drain and they'll
Yeah,
piss off
that's-
again.
So
Okay,
it's
I guess
still an
it's a-
excitement meter then.
But
in a way.
the question is,
Yeah.
what's the loose state then, right? Is the loose
The
state
loose
that
state
the
is they
excitement
photograph
meter?
something.
Yeah, the loose state
Well,
is
if the
taking
loose
a
state is
photograph.
that they take a photograph, then what do we need the excitement meter for?
Because that determines how long they're gonna stay. So
Yeah, that's how
that's
the-
about-
Okay.
I
if
mean,
they
we
keep
could
around-
turn it into an endless game, and then the loose state is just them taking a photo.
But I think that's kind of lame. Then you cannot win
Yeah.
a game. If you cannot win a game, it feels less satisfying, I think.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just like I think to me the real difference is with an excitement meter that's a soft timer that gets affected by in-game things.
Yeah.
With a dusk to dawn that's a hard timer that gets determined kind of outside of the player's control. It's just like A to B, no variables between.
I prefer the soft timer, where just like you gotta reduce the excitement meter to get them to go away.
Then I would ask, how do we create a tension curve within that? Because if we have a fixed timer, then it would be very easy to balance the difficulty where things escalate over time. But if we have a soft meter, then we either run the risk of people beating the game while things are still too easy, or we run the risk of them not being able to beat the game anymore when things get more crazy.
Well, we can
how would we balance
basically
that?
make we can do some kind of thing where more things happen when the excitement meter is lower, because the house tries to counteract that. Like we could literally give the house its own personality and
Yeah, that-
say things also. Like the house could be a character.
Yeah,
and
I was
say
thinking
like,
that.
oh, let's ramp this up a bit. They're starting to get bored, and then something more happens.
Yeah, I like the idea of the house being some form of character. Like they're a party goer. They want a party, but they're like, but their definition of party is is attracting people to their little house and then doing spooky stuff because they're a house. If I was a haunted house, I think my definition of party would be to freak people out. So,
but I guess this is, are they ghost hunters or kids or like just normal people? Because if they're ghost hunters, you're not trying to scare them because they think you're there. They think it's haunted. They're not going to get scared necessarily. They're trying to prove you exist.
Well, yeah, you are not trying to scare them. You are trying to make them as bored as possible.
Yeah. I guess it'd be more of the house is trying to be like, "Hey, I exist," and you're like, "No,
yeah, I feel seen."
Yeah, it's like the house just wants attention. It's like.
Okay, can I just one more time lay out what worries me about this idea? Is I feel like if you have a meter that can go up and down, you don't have that feeling of progress. It's true that you have you have that feeling of you're impacting the game state a little more, perhaps. But I feel like it's very easy for the player to get stuck in a loop where that meter is going up and down, and it doesn't feel like you're progressing towards anything meaningful.
At least, personally, I would say that Dusk to Dawn, Dusk to Dawn is what I'd prefer because it's one less thing to balance, one less system to think about, and one less thing for the player to understand. And we only have 48 hours, so it's like,
I feel like it's quite an easy concept. Like, just get through the night without these ghost hunters finding out that you're real.
I feel like the real challenge with such a massive team is keeping things simple.
That seems the simplest idea.
So we agree then?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, fine. We need to communicate this to the art team as well so that they know what's going on.
Yeah,
okay.
Is there anything that we need to, that any programmer needs to know so you can start working?
Yeah, there's a lot they need to know, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will go to the art team and try to bring this across that you're just trying to make it through the night once.
Okay, but Jan, you missed the part where I explained the teleport mechanic, so maybe we should jump into a separate voice call real quick. Maybe you come into design chat.
So is there a part on the Miro where we're going to keep like bullet points? This is exactly what we're working towards. Are you doing that?
Yes.
We should definitely do that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We're doing that.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
We'll make that.
All right.
Good point.
Cool.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll be then, even though it's not that complicated, I'll take care of that timer, the Dusk Till Dawn. I'll do that.
Okay.
How do we? I don't know how we get started.
No, it's difficult, right?
Yeah, like how do we get started?
I feel like
I'm
so if
leaving
we
in a
take
bit,
in. So for me, I've done the interaction script, so I'll probably make interaction controller.cs, write it out in like pseudocode, submit that to the Git. It's not going to affect anything because it's all code, but at least people can start to see it. And then once I see people put in the the spooky items or whatever they decide to call them, then I can go back to my script and like hook into their systems. I think we just need to start putting these things into the project, and I guess.
Well, in order for me to get started on my task, I gotta wait for the actual player, at the very least, to be implemented.
Who's doing the player?
Oh, no one's took the player. That's not something that.
Someone needs to take the player.
It's just like the AI.
I know,
Everyone's like,
I know.
cool, but let's not do that.
Yeah, let's skip the Ghost Hunter roaming AI and the player movement.
I could do if I'm doing the interaction script. That's going to be on the player, and that script will be on the player. So I'll take the player.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we going through like a? Are we going for a WASD style movement or a click to move
I
style
think
movement.
I think we're going click, so that it's more intuitive. So like you click to move, and you click on an object, like
Okay.
teleport or interact.
Is that true? 'Cause
Minimize
there's-
button.
How does the whole teleporter thing work with that? Within that?
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe
But-
we should ask that. Maybe ask in the game design general. I can ask if you want.
Yeah, just while you're around.
I'll...
But I guess you could have you right click to teleport to something, you left click to walk over to it, and
Yeah,
I'm
I guess that's-
assuming we're going to be able to float through walls as well, like pass through walls. Maybe you slow down as you go through a wall.
Also, since the Ghost Hunter AI, since we have Dusk Till Dawn, is it gonna be then? Are we gonna be using some kind of nav mesh?
I presume so. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
I was thinking a nav mesh, especially if we're doing the point and click thing. That's really easy then to send them to a point on the nav mesh.
Gotcha.
So I suppose walls, if we're going to go through walls, they need to be removed from the nav mesh. So but
I mean,
also
for
there for the Ghost Hunter AI. I don't know. They'll have
Here, it's not that difficult, right? You just go straight to it because you can go through walls, so you don't.
Oh yeah,
need
so
to
they
nav
won't really
mesh
need it.
for
Yeah,
that.
they'll just
But
have
for
to
the
bound.
AI, they will need to incorporate walls.
Yeah, interesting.
I need to make some notes. So.
Interesting.
So nav mesh, no nav. Yeah, you're just gonna go
I'm
directly
very
to a
curious
point.
about
Okay.
this.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's gonna
guess
be interesting to see the what the art is gonna look like, because I see a whole bunch of different styles in my head right now combined, and it's really weird.
yeah, it is. It is very. I feel like the whole brainstorming process has me like spinning a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm slowly getting a more coherent thought of the game in my head.
I thought going to the art section would help, but it didn't.
Oh god,
the artists are like,
what
getting,
are
like-
they doing there?
They're just gathering images. It looks like currently.
Wait, where is the art section? Oh, the reference and stuff.
Yeah.
To the right, it looks like there's where people are. They have some images and stuff, colors.
Oh boy.
Spying.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to discuss before we all head off?
Yeah, so like in terms of, so you're gonna sort of like start the player, right, Dan?
Yeah, I'm thinking just for the time being, we'll have a bean with a capsule collider.
Yeah.
Maybe a rigid, not rigid body necessarily, because because it is a ghost. It can go through everything, so it doesn't really need a collider. It just needs to be able to move from point A to point B.
Yeah.
So I'll do the
would
player movement with the interaction script, but I don't know how the interaction script's going to interact with anything, because I don't know what it's interactive with. If that makes sense. I guess that's
guessing my guess is that it's going to be mostly used to stop things, but I suggest just keep it kind of vague-ish so we can use it for whatever we end up needing it for.
And that's going to be clicking on. We keep going back to the vase falling, so we'll just use that as an example. So a vase is about to fall. The player clicks on it. They have to move towards it and obviously be within a certain radius for it to happen. Is there going to be like a time element? Like, do they need to spend like 2 seconds to stop it, or is it an instant thing? Like they get there and it stops.
I think that could vary from object to object. I'm guessing.
Wait, if you think about the vase, so if it does fall, imagine you're too late, does it break? Because if it does break, it's not something you can reuse.
True.
Yeah. You'd have to clean up the pieces of the vase then, I guess.
Oh, interesting.
A new vase just spawns.
I mean, things could disappear. Is that proof enough? If it's about them taking a photo, they'll have had to take a photo of it there and then not there. So from a story point of view, I think that'd be fine as long as we clear. Yeah, if it smashes, you have to then clear up the smashed phase before it gets seen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting if you think about it from like a what's considered evidence of a ghost or a hauntedness.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess instead of a photo, it'd have to be almost like they're doing a video, like a recording of this vase has just fallen on its own. So they need to be in the room and actually witness the event. After the event, there's no proof necessarily.
It could be. I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess we could have the vase falling be the. Because I was like writing out what the state should be, and I have an idle warning activated and needs cleanup state. And I guess them taking a picture should only count during the activated state and needs cleanups, like it's too late for evidence.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm thinking that could maybe it only triggers maybe this is what you're saying. It only triggers when someone is within range of the event happening.
Yeah, so then the taking a picture makes sense as a lose state. Otherwise, they have to first walk to the event and then take a picture. And there is so much time for you to react. There's almost no way that you'll ever get caught in my...
I mean, this is specifically just the vase. I feel like the moving vases is honestly might be like a good tutorial event or just something easy. Because obviously there will be other stuff besides vases. It would be kind of weird if a haunted house was filled with nothing but vases. So there would
It's a vase warehouse.
Stop! There would assuredly be some other objects that would probably be more of a challenge, but we could keep the vases simple, so they could serve as a good tutorial of just how to interact with things and stop them from falling.
And you're so missing texture, man. Sorry, you're going to be in control of these events, right? So when it comes to me implement interaction, it'll be you that I'm speaking to about like how you've implemented them. Is that what you're?
I'm implementing the. I guess. Hold on. I'm gonna remove the AI part. I'm implementing the objects themselves, like implementing how they're gonna internally be called. It's someone else's job. At the moment, I might end up taking that job anyway, but it's someone else's. But right now, the manager that actually decides when an item should trigger is still currently up for grabs on the tech thing.
Okay.
I'm just handling like the actual individual items and how they should activate internally and stuff.
I don't know what your timing's like, but maybe you should take that manager one, because then if you're making the items, you'll know from a manager point of view how they should be triggered, if that makes sense. But if you don't have the time to do that, then that's maybe just leave it up there for now.
It's less of I don't have the time and more of I don't know how the actual manager should be handled. I had ideas, but now now that the game is actually more settled down, I have to actually think more detailed, which is the only reason I haven't taken the manager one, is because I'm unsure right now how the actual managers.
Well, I guess we can just leave it up there. Once the project starts to be filled with stuff, we'll know more. Then, because if we're going for they've got 12 hours, or they've got to survive the night, however many minutes we decide that is. So 12 minutes, 1 minute, an hour, just as an example. It could be longer, shorter, whatever. We're gonna need some sort of like X amount of events can be happening at any time, but that scales up with how long is left on the night. Well, I think we just need to start programming this, I guess, before we can. We have to nail down specifically what this is.
I'll be giving the Ghost Hunter AI a shot. I'll probably ask for help on that, because that's something I haven't done in a very long time, but I'm willing to use this time to mess with that. And again, I'll probably ask for help if necessary. But that gives me a project throughout the whole thing, probably. So I'm not just a timer, cool. 5 minutes later, okay, what do I do now?
That makes sense.
All right.
Jan's asked, when we said about the WASD stuff, what are the specific haunted events that occur, vase falling, etc.?
I definitely earlier I mentioned the haunted piano from Mario 64.
I like that.
I still love that idea.
Yeah, I like the vase falling.
It's dimension style.
Vase falling. You've got the piano playing on its own, gramophone coming on.
Maybe like a shaking painting or something. I don't think that's up for us to say though, is it?
Maybe a painting changing could be one.
Yeah.
Heck, that could be interesting.
Cupboards flying open.
Yeah,
That's-
closets flying open.
Books falling off, like books coming off library bookshelves.
Yeah. Oh, you
Or
could have like a
taking it- or
candle
taking
being
its-
lit or something.
Yeah, or taking inspiration from Mario 64 again. Books flying out of the bookshelves.
Yeah.
Like literally flying.
It
like
is
the Mario
interesting.
64.
It's interesting to think about, like, because some of those things we could use multiple times, others we could use once,
Yeah.
and then it would be sort of done.
Heck, the books. I'm thinking about the books right now. That could be. We could save the book one for like very late in the night, because the books, like, if we end up making them like actually fly, like I was thinking, like, Mario 64 again. Sorry, I love that game's mansion level, and I think it's a good inspiration. Maybe I should post that in the art channel, because I think it would be cool if the mansion looked like the one from 64. But
I don't think I've played it. Mario 64
Yeah, hold on.
Mansion. Let's have a look.
Mario 64. It's called like Big Boo's Haunt. Yeah, that one. I like how that, like, I just like the general brown aesthetic, the kind of creepy vibe, the cheesy, the really cheesy creepy vibe, and I'm sure I could find a video of the books flying out of the bookshelves.
There's also a film called Haunted Mansion, isn't there? With
Yeah.
Is it Eddie Murphy in it?
Dan, were you keeping a list?
Just in the what board am I in here? Game Design General. I just replied to Jan with like a bullet point of a few things. We should probably keep that as a list somewhere.
Wait,
though.
why am I in the Czech general? Whoops.
Come on, Aya, keep up.
Why are we in the Czech voice?
Because we're tech.
We're tech.
Oh, okay.
I was in the Game Design General.
Yeah,
because
okay.
we were asking about the West.
Dude, I was
thing.
messing around, but come on, man.
Wait, I have some suggestions from chat. Knight Armor was one.
Oh yeah.
TV static, radio static. That could be interesting. A radio like playing a song that.
I mean, that's the gramophone we mentioned, and it could be a radio depending on what time what century.
I'm wondering if I should go to the art channel and bring up the idea of making the mansion look like the one from Big Boo's Haunt.
I feel like we should let them do their thing.
Yeah.
Fair
Let them
point, fair
decide.
point.
Yeah.
I'll still own. It's
Right.
just, I mean, it's just a lot of my.
Oh, I like the knight armor. Like, imagine the knight just moving around.
Yeah, the knight armor sliding around, and you gotta like push it back, like a mini version of those stupid block puzzles.
Or I was thinking more like the knight pretending to have a body inside it and moving around, as in moving its limbs. That would be cool too.
Oh yeah, your chat's a lot more active
fireplace.
than mine.
What?
Says your chat's a lot more active than mine. I've got the
they got ideas.
My 3 concurrent viewers.
3 concurrent. I haven't streamed in ages.
Right, so have we got to a point where we need to go off and actually start doing things now, do we think?
I mean, I don't mind staying in here even if we are working. I mean, there's not much I can do until the player's implemented besides doing what I'm currently doing, which is vaguely outlining the code in a separate notepad file but obviously I'll need to actually do it properly when the player's in, but
there's stuff to pull.
Yeah, people did a whole lot of prep stuff. I always start every Unity project completely empty, so
Code the same controller over and over again. Big team.
But yeah, if we're gonna start, then that means that I'm probably just gonna head out and get a fresh start tomorrow.
No. Don't
What?
leave.
Oh man, don't do this to me.
Well, I'll be around for another like hour-ish. So I'm gonna get started, but I need to go get a drink or something. There's been a lot of talking.
I have a question because I'm doing the lose condition stuff. So that we're gonna take a picture. My first thought is to to do a camera that just takes like a
Yeah.
snapshot.
Yeah, I was thinking that like there could be a screen flash and then a little like, you know, those classic pictures where it's like a white piece of paper with the photo on it.
Yeah, like a Polaroid.
Yeah, Polaroid. Sorry. I'm the youngest one here.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Right. I'm the
I ask
youngest,
you're old right now.
I'm the youngest one here, and so I would have no idea what a Polaroid is.
Yeah.
I
They're
know
back in
vaguely
fashion
how
now.
it
My
is.
wife's got a Polaroid camera. The hipster, I think.
Yeah, I just didn't know the word. Yeah, I was imagining it'd be like a Polaroid camera photo. It would slide on the screen, and then it would be like game over. I guess you'd have to run that by the art team though, because we have no idea what they're doing right now.
Or the picture appears in a newspaper with like
yo, right,
kind of like proof.
Oh, I like that. That's a fun idea.
Yeah.
Like a headline. Just making the picture itself sounds like
Quite
a lot of difficult work. Yeah.
Camera to a camera texture.
No, just render texture.
Okay.
The only and then you could grayscale it, which wouldn't be that hard.
You know what? It's not my task anyway, so that's
yeah.
I guess the most difficult thing that I can think of is like if you did it camera basis, how would it? Because the different events are going to be in different locations, so you need to like there'd need to be some signal that would point the camera at a specific location from the player, if that makes sense, or from the ghost hunter.
Yeah. I guess that does mean we would also have to model a roof and just make it because obviously I don't want what happens in The Sims where because like this is a minor pet peeve, but in The Sims 4, since it's a top-down game like the one we're making, they never model the roof. So whenever the Sims take photographs, there's no roof, and that makes me really angry.
I didn't know that, but yeah, that seems a bit of an oversight.
It is an oversight. It makes me so frustrated.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a floor, right?
It could
on
just
a
be a
specific
soft
layer that is you see only in that camera.
Only in that specific camera. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's just. I guess we should probably let the visual art people know that they'll still have to make a very basic roof for the photo taking.
I say ceiling, not roof.
Ceiling.
Yeah, just
right.
that they might end up
Ceiling.
going the wrong direction.
Sorry, I always forget the difference between ceilings and roofs because I keep using those terms interchangeably, even though I really should not.
Right, I am gonna go get a drink. I might pop back in to the chat, but I'm gonna get started with the bits that I need to get started with.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna probably be here forever, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here for a bit too. I'm gonna be outlining my code so I know how I should exactly, because I'm planning to use a lot of virtual methods, so in case we need different interaction types, instead of cramming them all in one while still keeping it vague enough to where we could reuse, like, we could have an animated event class where it's just a triggering animation, or stuff like that. What I was mostly thinking of was just like have a
Hello, I am back. Right, I feel like we've got some stuff to be getting on with, so let's get going. I need to code simple player movement script and simple interaction script. I don't know if I've bitten off more than I could chew here, but I guess let's get going. What's everyone else up to? Let's just have a look at the board. Okay, this is pretty cool. Have they started to put down what exactly the idea is? They have not. Not that I can see anyway, but let's get on with what we need to do. If I'm a bit quiet, it's because I am trying to focus. So, we need to make a player script. Do we have scenes? Main menu, sample scene. I'm gonna save this scene. Save. Player movement test scene. Do we have Pro Builder? We do. It's good to know. Hi Wulk, this is my first GMTK jam as well, and in fact it's probably my first jam. I tried, what's the big one, Ludum Dare. I did that solo. It was, didn't go very well. I kind of got a bit stressed and bored with it. But this is different, we're in a big team, so hopefully it will be a bit more simple. So let's get, so it's not bright white. What's your game idea? Have you settled on something? Interactive objects, VFX, environment. I feel like we should drop that in there as the player character. I don't know how they are going to set this up, but let's do visuals. And for now, let's just put a bean in capsule. And we'll zero this out. Our game is going to be a haunted mansion style game, but instead of you doing haunting, you're trying to stop haunting. So you're a poltergeist and you're trying to stop all of the haunted things happening from the house. So like a piano will start to be about to play and you'll have to go and like silence it before it actually rings and does its thing. So I feel like that's going to be quite interesting. Sorry, I have a dog wandering around and he's been a bit of a pain in the butt, so... Alright, we've got our player character here. Let's raise him up. I think I've got a ghost model that I made for a different project. I wonder if I can just drag that in for something to... like a test thing. Where was that? That was an Unreal Engine project. No, was it? No, maybe it wasn't. Unity projects. Maybe it was on an external hard drive, which don't think I've got plugged in. A little capsule will do. We are, yes. It's all coming together in a big Discord. So we've got these lovely people all working towards something. Player, right? So let's get our player script in place. So generic player folder. And we're going to need an interaction script as well, because we'll want to reference that in the player controller script. So I guess that can go with player. No, I don't want another folder. Player interaction, and on our player controller, let's just do a require component type of player player interaction. Is that what I called it? Player interaction. Ah, there we go. Just haven't. It just hadn't updated. That is why. Okay. So we're gonna want a private player interaction. Gonna need a serialize field, private transform interaction point. Serialize field. Okay, so 10 is obviously massive. Let's do 2.25. 1. Which way's forward here? C's the forward in Unity, right? I've been doing a lot of Can't even think. Unreal Engine. And Z is up, so. So, like I want to play a movement script as well. Uh, 10F. So we probably need a public void move script that takes in I need to talk to Zyger, really, but are they online? No. Okay, I'll just have to remember that I might have to come back and change this, but let's do private void update. And we're gonna have to get the camera. So we've got camera dot screen point array input dot mouse position. Then we can do if physics.raycast takes in a ray and a max distance, we'll do mathf.infinity. Let's put a hit info in. World mouse position equals hit info dot point. Then we could do draw gizmos dot draw sphere. The center can be the world mouse position color dot yellow. No, what am I doing? That needs radius. Use 0.25 and gizmos.color equals color.yellow. Do we have the Cinemachine installed? Hmm. Why isn't that working? Okay, so that's worked. So why is that gizmo not showing up? So it is working, the mouse position's changing. From the Y. So is the plane collider? Let's just see if that changes. Okay, so let's do if input.get mouse button down, and we can do mouse button 0. Then we want to do the raycast, so if and And let's do what Ryder is suggesting here and invert that. So if we haven't pressed it, do that. Let's just do a debug.log. Player has clicked. We'll do this and have player movement. And let's do private player movement. Let's do a dog check. I thought the dog was in here. Okay, let's player interaction equals get component. I did, and so far it's 13 downloads, which is super. It's my first ever game. By working on a new project currently, I think it could be a hit. Don't get lazy and work hard. Oh, amazing! What's your? Drop your itch in the comments. I'll check it out. Component. Player interaction. There's a, if you go to my about page on YouTube, there should be an email to, there's an email that I've got listed there. You go to about and then click to reveal email. Oh, there is a dog. It's under my feet. I didn't realize. Yeah, that if you email there, I should be able to get back to you. Can't promise anything, but I do check that email. Player has clicked, right? So now, what we want to do is we want to get our player movement and call our move function, passing in our target, which is, I guess, world mouse position. I could just pass in hit info.point, but then I'm setting it here anyway, just for the gizmo. And just in case I decide to delete that line, I will do that. Necessary. This is also asking to invert it. So in our move function, right, how are we going to do this? Guess we want to just like lerp our way to that. We don't have a nav mesh. Well, there will be a nav mesh, but we want to be able to go through walls and just fly through stuff, so... guess we want a private bull. Should move. And what we could do, we'll do private bull. No, private vector 3. Target position. Let's set B. B should move is equal to true. Actually, let's set our target position first. Position to move to. So in our update function, and I'll do if not B should move, then return. Else we need to move. So let's move towards, because that will ignore stuff as well, so just do the old Control C, Control V. Swap the position of the cylinder. What's this? Ah, okay, so I don't need this cylinder thing. So what we want to do is, if we're at the target position, we can say B should move is equal to false. Is this gonna work? It does. I'm not liking how this camera is set up though, so if we just do aim, too hard look at, then that won't move. Poser, and this can just be, no, not hard lock. Oh no, what was that first? Transposer, okay. I don't want it damp. Ah, here we go. Simple follow with world up. Ah, did we decide on WASD actually, or click to move? Okay, we actually want WAS to move. So let's just put this in its own method. So actually we need private vector 2 horizontal input private vector 2 vertical input. And do handle input. I'm sure Unity have a character controller using WAS. But then I don't know if that has collisions on it. Let's just try this. See what happens. can always undo. Is this the type of movement that I want? It is, but it's really slow. We don't want jump. Do we want gravity? Maybe. Oh, God. I think I like the click to move and then. Hey, Chrissy. We are making a Haunted Mansion game, but instead of getting what do you call it? Sorry, it's a long day. I'm about to end the stream, but you're a ghost, but you're trying to evade the ghost hunters. So you're trying to stop the spookiness. If that makes sense. Different things like haunting events will be happening around the house, and you have to stop them because you just want to live your life as a poltergeist. You don't want to get caught and get seen. So that is our game idea. This needs to go onto our interaction script, really. Let's go down here. Key code. I have forgotten how to use the old input system. Unity input system. Get button down. Guess we can just do interact. There's no jump in, so we can do interact. So does that work? Interact. Okay. I'll leave that, but we can get rid of these. Okay, I think that's gonna have to be me for the night. What's that? 4 hours and 15 minutes. I think that's the longest live stream I've ever done. Let's push our changes first. Let's commit them. So we've got all work on player movement. Right, I think that's me done for the night. I will be back tomorrow to continue on with my work. Thanks for watching if you have stopped by, and I will see you tomorrow.